हरि ओम श्री चिन्मय सद्गुरुवे नमः. श्रीमद् भगवद गीता commentary by Chinmaya Missions Param Poojya Gurudev Swami Chinmayananda. Chapter 6 Meditation Introduction. With this chapter, we are coming to the close of a definite section in the scheme of thought in the Gita. This is the opinion of some of the well-known critics and students of the Lord's Song. According to them, the 18 chapters of the Gita fall into 3 definite sections, each of 6 chapters, and they group themselves to expound the implications and significances of the sacred Vedic mantra Tat Tvam Asi, that thou art. The first 6 chapters together constitute the explanation of the philosophical significance indicated by the word thou, tvam, in the general scheme of thought development in that section. The contents of the 6th chapter constitute a fitting conclusion. In chapter 2nd, in a language almost foreign to Arjuna, in quick strokes, Lord Krishna painted the philosophical perfection, which is the theme of all the Upanishads. He concluded that chapter with a vivid and expressive picture of a saint of perfection and mental equipoise. Naturally, the interest of a seeker is excited and he seeks to find means and methods by which he too can grow within himself and reach those diviner heights of self-control and equipoise. The Gita is personally and specifically addressed to Arjuna, a confused average man, at a moment when he felt completely confounded by the problem that was facing him. Naturally, the highest methods of subtle meditation, the mental drill by which one can renounce all one's preoccupations, etc., are not easy methods that can be practiced with confidence. At the same time, it will not be true to say that Vedantic methods are meant only for a few. If they are immediately useful only to a few, there must be in Vedanta preliminary techniques by which everyone can steadily grow to become fit to enter the hall of Kriya perfection. That there are graded lessons for one's spiritual unfoldment is not really understood by the modern leap Vedantins. It is this general ignorance that has brought about the misconception in Hinduism that the study of the Vedas is the guarded preserve of some rare ones, and Vedanta would have become an incomplete science if it did not contain upasana methods for purifying the student's inner equipment. Krishna, as a true teacher, understood Arjuna's mental debilities and intellectual incompetence at that particular moment. Hence, he did not start right away upon the arduous lines of pure meditation and clear, detached thinking. In order to bring him to the level of perfection, various lower methods of self-integration had to be prescribed. Thus, in chapter 3, we found an exhaustively scientific treatment of the Karma Yoga, the path of action. Activities in the outer world, however noble they may be in their motive, cannot but leave deep ulcerations and painful restlessness in the bosom of the worker. To mitigate the reactions of action, karma phala, and as a balm to soothe the bleeding mental wounds, new methods of maintaining the mind in quietude and ease have been expounded in Chapter 4 under the title Renunciation of Action in Knowledge. It is the theory of Krishna that constantly maintaining in the mind the awareness of the great principle that presides over all human endeavors. The worker can, even in the thick of activities, maintain a healthy and well ventilated inner life. Naturally, the limited intellect of Arjun got extremely confused, since the teacher argued in the beginning for action and at the conclusion for the renunciation of action. In chapter 5th, therefore, the way of renunciation is explained and the technique of guaranteeing immunity to our mind from reactions, even while it is engaged in activity, is explained the Yajna spirit, the spirit of dedicated activity for the benefit of the larger majority and not for any self arrogating profit, is the antiseptic that Krishna prescribes for a mind and intellect that are to work in the world. In chapter 4 is prescribed an avoidable treatment for curing the mind of its own pox of painful impressions of the past vasanas. In chapter 5, the way of renunciation is explained under two different categories which show the two methods of achieving the same goal: renunciation of our sense of agency in activities and our unintelligent anxieties arising out of our thoughtless preoccupations with the fruits of our actions. The chapter exhausts these two techniques and explains how, by the renunciation of agency or by the renunciation of our attachment to the fruits of action, we can come to gain a release from the vasana bondages which generally shackle our personality during our activities. One who could faithfully follow the technique so far unraveled by the Lord should have thereby come to a condition wherein the insentient and inert mind has been stirred into a field of intense activity. A mind developed through this training is now taught to come under the intelligent will of its determined trainer, the seeker himself. The mind thus gathered and trained is certainly a better equipped instrument for the higher purposes of self contemplation and self unfoldment. How this is done through the famous technique of meditation is, in a nutshell, the theme of the sixth chapter. During our discussions, we shall not stand in sheer surprise and wonderment and swallow down the ideas in the verses without dissecting, discovering, analyzing, and understanding every facet of each of those ideas. This chapter promises to give us all the means by which we can give up our known weaknesses and grow positively into a healthier and more potent life of virtue and strength. This technique is called meditation, which in one form or another is the common method advocated and advised in all religions by all prophets at all times in the history of man. The blessed Lord said, 1. He who performs his bounden duty without depending on the fruits of action, he is a sannyasi and a yogi. not he who has renounced is without fire and without action. Shri Bhagavanuvāca अनाश्रितः कर्मफलं कार्यं कर्म करोति यः स सन्यासी च योगी च न निरग्निर्न चाक्रियः. Arjun's plan, in his own words, in the first chapter, was to escape from the battlefield in order to live the sannyas life. He did not know that a true selfless worker is the greatest sannyasi, for without renunciation, his action would become at best only a mischievous meddling with the harmony of the universe. To escape from the buzz of life in our present state of unpreparedness into the quiet atmosphere of the banks of the Ganges is only the fall of an average good man to the level of the insentient stone in the very Ganges. At the close of this chapter, Krishna laughs at Arjun's sad misconceptions. There is no bitterness in the irony of the Lord. Soon we shall find that Arjun has come to laugh at his own misunderstandings. The whole chapter is fully and entirely dedicated to expounding the technique of cultivation, direction, and application of the inner forces of thoughts and feelings. Hence, it is very appropriate for Krishna to indicate the greater importance of revolutionizing our inner motives and mental attitudes before we enter the path of spirituality. As an elucidating annotation for the quibble which the Lord has declared in the stanza, we have his added explanations in the following, which show how sannyas itself is yoga. 2. O Pandav, please know yoga to be that which they call renunciation. No one verily becomes a yogi who has not renounced thoughts. Yam sannyasamithi prahur yogam tam vidhi pandava nahya sannyasta sankalpo yogi bhavati kaschana. Krishna is repeating the same idea lest Arjun should overlook the fact that what they call sannyasa, the renunciation of agency, is itself yoga, the renunciation of the fruits of action. Sannyasa is the state reached through yoga, the practice, and the spiritual practice of yoga cannot even be thought of without the spirit of sannyasa in the bosom. The two are the obverse and the reverse of the same coin of spiritual perfection. It is but natural that the intellectually independent thinker in Arjun should, at this juncture, with raised brows, ask the question why. Seeing this, the charioteer implicitly gives the logical reasons behind his seemingly outrageous and daring conclusion. The Lord explains that never can one become established in the practices for one's own cultural rehabilitation unless one has learnt the art of renouncing all sankalpas. Man cannot ordinarily remain without imagining and constantly creating in his exuberant fancy. In his imagination, he invariably tries to pull down the beautiful veil thrown out over the face of the future. Ripping open this veil over the unknown, Every one of us, on all occasions, in our imagination, fixes for ourselves a goal to be fulfilled by us in the near future. Having fixed up the temporary goal, our mind plans and creates a method of achieving that hazy goal. But ere we execute our plans and enter into the field of effort to carve out a success for ourselves. The never tiring, ever active power of imagination in us would already have wiped clean the goal fixed earlier and have rewritten a modified destination to be gained in the future. By the time we prepare ourselves mentally and start executing our ideas in life, our mischievous fancy would again have wiped the distant goal clean. Thus, each time, the goal remains only so long as we have not started our pilgrimage to it. The moment we start the pilgrimage, the goal fades away from our vision. In short, when we have a goal, we have not yet started acting, and the moment we start the strife, we seem to have no goal to reach. The subtle force in our inner composition, which unconsciously creates this lunatic temperament in us, is called the unbridled Sankalpa Shakti. We need no help from any great commentators to understand that no achievement, either without or within us, can be gained so long as we have not pursued, arrested, and finally destroyed this dangerous inner saboteur called Sankalpa. To show that there is no compromise in this, Bhagavan is using a very positive term that none, nakaschana, can ever reach any progress on the path of self redemption without acquiring a capacity to renounce this self poisoning sankalpa disturbance. Karma Yoga, practiced without regard to the fruit of action, forms an external aid, Bahiranga Sadhana, to Dhyana Yoga. The Lord now proceeds to show how Karma Yoga is a means to better and greater meditation. 3. For a Muni, or sage who wishes to attune to yoga, action is said to be the means. For the same sage who has attuned to yoga, inaction, quiescence is said to be the means. To one who is desiring to scale over the practice of mental concentration and self improvement, work is said to be the means. By working in the world with neither the egocentric concept of agency nor the egocentric desires for the fruits of those actions, we are causing vasanas to play out without creating any new precipitate of fresh impressions. आरुरुक्षोर्मुनेर्योगं कर्म कारणमुच्यते योगारूढस्य तस्यैव शमः कारणमुच्यते. The metaphor used here is borrowed from house riding, and it is very powerful in its suggestions. When a wild horse is being broken in for some time, it will ride the rider before the rider can ride it. If one desires to bring a steed under perfect control, there is a period when, with one leg in the stirrup, the individual has to hang on to the saddle and with the other leg on the ground must learn to kick himself off from the ground and spring up and throw his legs over the back of the animal until he sits with the steed completely between his two legs. Having mounted, it is easy to control the animal, but till then, the rider, in its attempt to mount the horse must pass through a stage when he is totally neither on the horse nor on the ground. In the beginning, we are merely workers in the world, desire prompted and ego driven. We sweat and toil, weep and sob. When an individual gets tired of such activities, he comes to desire to mount the steed of the mind. Such an individual, desiring to bring the mind under his control and ride over it, Aruruksha, takes upon himself the same work as before, but without the ego and egocentric desires. Such desireless activities undertaken in the yajna spirit explained earlier 4 chapter 18, 19, 20, 21, 25 and 30 cleanse the mind of its past impressions and integrate the entire inner equipment. When thus the required amount of concentration has been gained by the individual as a result of the vasana purgation effected, he is to stop his activities slowly and apply himself more and more to live in deeper meditation. When once his mind has been conquered and his agitations have become well controlled, the seeker in that state of mental growth and development is termed as having mounted the steed of the mind, yoga arudha. To such an individual in that state of mental equipoise and self-application, quiescence means shama is the means for gaining higher perfection and self-growth. By thus prescribing two methods at the two distinct stages of the individual's growth, it is meant that they are not contradictory. Selfless activity is good at one stage, but afterwards it becomes a positive agitation which brings the mind down from the serener flights and frequently bumps it on the ground with a shattering shock. Specially prepared milk powder diluted with hot water is the full diet for an infant, but the same feeding bottle will not satisfy the growing demands of a boy vigorously working and mischievously knocking about all day. The more solid bread and butter are his diet. We need not be great intellectuals to understand that buttered toast will choke and kill an infant. Similarly, here, work without selfishness is healthy for the beginner, but a developed seeker needs more and more quietude and self withdrawal for growing in the steady contemplation of life within. Earlier, work without self is the means, afterwards, work on self is the means. This process is continued until working or non working. Through meditation, it is realized that the self alone is the essence in the ego, which till then was recognized as the only reality. In this sense of the term, we clearly know how ritualism has a definite place in the scheme of things as mapped out by the Vedantins seers of unimpeachable intellectual eminence. When is a man said to be a yogarudha, to have attuned to yoga? The answer follows. यदा हि नेन्द्रियार्थेषु न कर्मसु न सज्जते सर्वसंकल्प संन्यासी योगारूढ़स्तदोच्यते. 4. When a man is not attached to sense objects or to actions, having renounced all thoughts, then he is said to have attained to yoga. It is the experience of everyone, and therefore it is not very difficult for a young seeker to know the state of an aspirant, Arurukshu. It has been said that it has been said by the Lord that so long as we are in the state of seeking, the path of self perfection lies through the high road of selfless activity. Withdrawal from activity is to be undertaken only when you have reached the state of mental mastery, yoga rudha. To renounce activity at an earlier stage would be an unhealthy as to continue disturbing the mind with activities after having reached the second stage, where we are told quiescence is the means for gathering speed in our flight through meditation. Naturally, it is necessary for the seeker to know when exactly he reaches the second stage, indicated here by the term Yoga Rudha. In this stanza, Krishna is pointing out the physical and mental conditions of one who has broken in the steed of his mind and ridden it. He says that when one is feeling to mental attachments, either to the sense objects or to the actions in the outer world, it is one of the symptoms of perfect mastery over the mind. This should not be overstressed to a dreary literal meaning, making it a grotesque caricature of truth. It only means that the mind of a seeker is the meditation in the meditation seat is so perfectly withdrawn from the external world of sense objects and activities that it is perfect in its equipoise at the time of self application. The sense organs can run into the channels of sense objects only when the mind is flowing out of the organs. Mind is flowing out of the organs. If the mind is kept engaged in the contemplation of a great truth, providing a larger quota of an ampler joy in the inner bosom, it will no more go hunting for bits of joy in the gutters of sensuality. A well-fed pet dog will not seek the public dustbins for its food. When thus the mind is not gushing out either through the sense channels nor through the fields of its egocentric activities, it becomes completely engaged in the contemplation of the greater truth, the self. Here, the term used to indicate complete non attachment is to be noted very carefully. The Sanskrit word anusajjate is a word symbol created by prefixing an indeclinable anu to the verb such, meaning attached. The prefix anu indicates not a bit. Therefore, the term used here forbids even traces of attachment either to the sense objects or to the fields of activity. When the mind has been withdrawn from the sense organs and completely detached from all its external physical activities, it is possible that it is still tossed and agitated by the gurgling of its own inner instincts of willing and wishing, desiring and earning. This power of sankalpa can bring more storms into the bosom of a man than the disturbances his mind could ever receive from the external world. Krishna indicates here that who has gained a complete mastery over his mind is one who has not only withdrawn himself from all sense contacts and activities in the outer world, but has also dried up all the sankalpa disturbances in his own mind. Such an individual is, at the moment of meditation, in that inward state which is described here as Yoga Rudha. It is clear that to such an individual, meditation can be intensified only by quietude shama. When a man has attained yoga, when the self is raised by the self, from the numerous evils of finite existence, therefore, उद्धरेदात्मनात्मानं नात्मानमवसादयेत् आत्मैव ह्यात्मनो बन्धुरात्मैव रिपुरात्मनः. Let a man lift himself by his own self alone, and let him not lower himself, for this self alone is the friend of oneself, and this self is the enemy of oneself. O desire, I know where your roots lie. You are born of Sankalpa. I shall not think of you, and you will cease to exist only along with your roots. Mahabharat Shanti Parva 177.25. As a complete Shastra, the Gita has to be faithful to truth and truth alone, irrespective of what the tradition of the country at a given period might have made the faithful ones believe. It is not very unhealthy to believe that grace of an external source is constantly helping a true seeker striving on his path. But this is really healthy only when this thought is correspondingly complemented with sufficiently intense self effort. Man should uplift himself by himself is an open statement declared by no less a person than Lord Krishna himself. It is not cooed in a playful mood in the company of the gopis, company of the gopis on the Jamuna banks at a hilarious hour of laughter and play, but roared to Arjun on the battlefield at a serious moment of his life's fulfillment as an avatar. Man, if he wants to exalt himself into the greater cultural and spiritual possibilities now lying dormant in him, has to raise the lower in himself to the greater perfection that is the true and eternal core in himself. Everyone has in himself a picture of the ideal. This intellectual conception of ourselves is always very vivid in each one of us. But unfortunately, this ideal remains only in the realm of thought and is not lived in the world of activity. Intellectually, we may have a clear and vivid picture of what we should be, but mentally and physically, we behave as though we were the opposites of our own ideal concepts. The gulf between the ideal me and the actual me is the measure of man's fall from his perfection. Most of us are generally unconscious of this duality in ourselves. We mistake ourselves to be the ideal and are generally blind to our own actual imperfections. Thus, we find a notoriously selfish man in society, warmly and sincerely criticizing the slightest trace of selfishness in his neighbor. In a world of no mirrors, it is possible that a squint eyed man may laugh at another squint eyed person because the one who laughs knows not the angle at which his own eyeballs are facing each other. Within ourselves, if we carefully watch, we can discover that intellectually we have a clear concept of a morally strong, ethically perfect, physically loving, and socially disciplined man that we should be. But in the mental zones of our emotions and feelings, however, we are tantalized by our own attachments, likes and dislikes, loves and hatred, appetites and passions. Hence, we behave like curs fed by the wayside gutters and ever quarreling with others on the same ilk over dry and marrowless bones. As long as the individual has not realized the existence of his dual personality in himself, there cannot be any religion for him. If an individual has discovered that there is enough in him to be divided into two portions, and when he wants to keep the lower as brilliant and chaste as the higher, the technique that he will have to employ to fulfill this aspiration is called religion. Mind is a saboteur that enchants us away from perfection to be a slave to the flesh and the external objects of brittle satisfaction. Mind is the conditioning that distorts the ideal and creates the lower satanic sensuous self in us, which is to be brought into unison with the intellect, the equipment of the higher self to manifest. In short, when the rational and discriminative capacities of a limited intellect are brought to bear their authority upon the wavering and wandering, sense mongering mind, the lower is brought under discipline and made to attune with the nobler and diviner in us. The process by which the lower is brought under the direct management and discipline of the higher are altogether called the spiritual techniques. This process of self rehabilitation and self redemption of the Satan in us cannot be executed by inviting tenders and giving the contract to the lowest bidder. Each will have to do it all by himself. Alone to the alone, all alone is the way. No guru can take the responsibility. No scriptures can promise this redemption. No altar can, with its divine blessings, make the lower the higher. The lower must necessarily be trained slowly and steadily to accept and come under the influence of the discipline of the higher. In this process, the teacher, the scripture, and the houses of God all have their proper appointed duties and limited influences. But the actual happening depends upon how far we ourselves learn to howl ourselves out from the gutters of misunderstanding in ourselves. So far, Bhagavan has indicated an exhaustive treatment which may be, in many of its aspects, considered as equivalent to the modern psychological process called introspection. Realizing our own weaknesses, rejecting the faults, asserting the better, and trying to live generally as best as we can. The higher way of life is the process of introspection, but this is only half of the entire process and not the whole of it. The other half also is insisted upon here by Krishna. It is not sufficient that we look within, come to note our weaknesses, erase them, substitute the opposite good qualities, and develop in ourselves the better. We must also see to it that whatever little conquests we might have made out of Satan's province are not again handed back to Satan's dominion. Krishna warns almost in the same breath, do not allow the self thereafter to fall down and be dragged again to the old level of the cheaper way of existence. The second line of the stanza contains a glorious idea shaped into a beauty of expression which almost immortalizes Vyas. We are considered as both our own friends and our own enemy. Any intelligent man observing and analyzing life will vouchsafe for the truth of the statement. But here, more is meant philosophically than meets the eye. Generally, we do not fully understand the import when we say the self is the friend of the self. The lower in us can raise itself to the attunement of the higher, but the higher can influence only when the lower is available for its influence. To the extent the lesser in us surrenders itself to the influence of the higher, to that extent it can serve the lower as a great friend. But if the lower refuses to come under the influence of the diviner in us, the divine presence is accused as by enemy of ourselves. This is so because the dynamism of life provides us its energy both in our life of higher aspirations and the life of low temptations. Ultimately, it is for the aspirant himself to accept the responsibility for blessing or damning himself. The potentiality for improvement, the chances for self growth, the strength to haul ourselves out from our own misconceptions are ever open for employment. But it all depends upon how we make use of them. Now, it may be asked what sort of a man is the friend of himself and what sort of man is the enemy of himself? The answer follows. बंधुरात्मात्मनस्तस्य येनात्मैवात्मना जितः अनात्मनस्तु शत्रुत्वे वर्तेतात्मैव शत्रुवत्. 6. The self is the friend of the self for him who has conquered himself by the self. But to the unconquered self, the self stands in the position of an enemy like the external foe. Lower ego, the divine in us becomes a friend when under its influence the Satan in us gets converted. To the extent The lower ego withdraws itself from its identifications with the body and the sense organs, feelings, and ideas relating to the extrovert life to that extent that given ego has come under the salutary influence of the nobler and the diviner. To such an ego available for corrective proselytization, the self is a friend, but where the little self remains a constant rebel against the higher, to that unconquered self, the divine self is as if inimical in its attitude. In short, the higher self becomes a friend to the lower, which is available for and which allows himself to be conquered by the higher influence, and the diviner becomes inimical to the undivine when the lower limited ego remains unconquered by the higher aspirations in us. This stanza is an elucidating annotation on the previous one. Earlier, the state of mental equipoise called Yoga Rudha has explained. What exactly is the fulfillment of such a state in yoga is being explained now. जितात्मनः प्रशान्तस्य परमात्मा समाहितः शीतोष्णसुखदुःखेषु तथा मानापमानयोः. When a seeker has come in his inner life, 7. The Supreme Self of him who is self-controlled and peaceful is balanced in cold and heat, pleasure and pain, and also in honor and dishonor. When a seeker has come in his inner life to the state explained as Yoga Rudha, and when in that state of equipoise, the mind is held steadfast in contemplation of the Supreme, the self-controlled one, in all serenity, is capable of maintaining his consistency of meditation in all circumstances, favorable and adverse, at all levels of his personality. In the second line of the stanza, it is clearly indicated that no excuse in the world is sufficiently strong to justify a seeker's inability to continue keeping the awareness of his eternal nature in himself. Three pairs of opposites are indicated here as heat and cold, joy and sorrow, and honor and dishonor. In enumerations of these three pairs of conditions, Krishna is exhausting through the mention of the types all possible threats to his equipoise and tranquility that an individual may get from the outer world. Heat and cold. These are stimuli that are felt and experienced by the body at the body level. Whether in heat or in cold, thoughts we know do not expand or shrink, and the ideas cannot shiver or perspire. All these reactions can be only in the body, and therefore Krishna is indicated by this pair of the vicissitudes that may visit the body, such as health and disease, youth and old age, etc., pleasure and pain, by the second pair of opposites. The Lord is symbolically indicating all the destinies suffered in the mental zone. Pleasure and pain are experienced not by body, but always by the mind. It includes all the tyrannies of our different emotions which might threaten the mental arena at one time or another in a man's life. Hatred and love, affection and jealousy, kindness and cruelty, a thousand varieties of emotions may storm the within, but none of them is an excuse, according to Krishna, for the diligent and the sincere to lose hold of himself from the steadfastness in his contemplation. Honor and dishonor. The last pair of opposites shows how to threat of any storm in the intellectual zone is a sufficient plea to sympathize with an individual who has fallen away from the state of perfection. Honor and dishonor are evaluated and reacted to only by the intellect. Thus, by these three representative pairs of opposites from the three worlds of the body, the mind, and the intellect, Krishna is trying to exhaust all possibilities of obstacles in man's life. Then he adds that in all such conditions, the Supreme Self is to be the object of constant realization for one who is perfectly self controlled and serene. He ever remains unruffled in all circumstances, favorable and or unfavorable, in all environments, good or bad, in all company, wise or foolish. What is the glory of such an individual? What does he become by such a process? Why should he go through such a laborious inward training and self-discipline? ज्ञान विज्ञान तृप्तात्मा कूटस्थो विजितेन्द्रियः युक्त इत्युच्यते योगी समलोष्टाश्म काञ्चनः. 8. The yogi who is satisfied with knowledge and wisdom, who remains unshaken, who has conquered the senses, to whom a lump of earth, a stone, and gold are the same, is said to be harmonized, that is said to have attained Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Such an individual, self-controlled and serene, who has constantly come to contemplate upon the nature of the self, as understood from the Shastras, through all its circumstances in life, soon becomes, says Krishna, filled with a divine satisfaction and becomes an unshakable yogi. Here, the satisfaction is not merely the joy that an intelligent man comes to enjoy when he carefully studies and masters Vedanta. According to Krishna, the satisfied contentment which a true yogi comes to experience is much superior to the thrilled joys experienced in all intense studies. The knowledge gained through study is indicated here by the term jnana, and the first-hand experience gained by the seeker of the self in himself is called the knowledge of direct perception, which is termed here in the Gita vocabulary as Vijnana. It is Shankaracharya's interpretation, and the Acharya distinguishes between Jnana and Vijnana, inasmuch as, according to this father of modern Vedanta, Jnana is book knowledge and Vijnana is wisdom gained through direct realization of the things so learnt. Unchanging, immutable, kutastha. This is the term used for the eternal self. Its expressiveness becomes apparent when we understand that the term kuta in Sanskrit means the anvil. The anvil is that upon which the blacksmith places his red hot iron bits and hammers them into the required shapes. In spite of the hammerings, nothing happens to the anvil. The anvil resists all modifications and change, but allows all other things to get changed upon it. Thus, the term Kotastha means that which remains anvil like, and though itself suffers no change, it makes others change. He is a saint and has the full blown fragrance of perfection, who has sought and discovered a perfect contentment which arises out of this subjective experience of what the Shastra says and has come in contact with the self that changes not, and such a saint becomes tranquil and a master of equal vision in all conditions of life. To him, a clod of mud, a precious stone, and costly gold are all the same. This equanimity of mind is in profit and loss, at the acquisition of precious things or at the presentation of mere filth, is the very test to show that the individual has spiritually evolved and that to him no gain can bring extra joy or any loss, any sorrow. In my dream, I earned a lot of wealth, but ere I enjoyed it fully, I woke up to my waking state, poverty. In my destitution, when I am suffering the pangs of hunger, I will not feel, in any sense of the term, consoled by the thought that I was rich in my dream and that in my dream bank I had my dream riches and its dream walls. Similarly, to a master who has gained perfection and transcended the world of the mind and intellect and achieved the true awakening of the soul, thereafter a lump of earth, a piece of gold, or a precious stone of this world are all equally futile things. They cannot add even a jot of extra joy or pain unto him. He has become the sole proprietor of bliss absolute. To Kubera, the treasurer of the heavens, a kingdom on the globe is no profit and has no power to make him dance in ecstasy. Moreover, सुहृन्मित्रार्युदासीन मध्यस्थद्वेष्यबन्धुषु साधुष्वपि च पापेषु समबुद्धिर्विशिष्यते. 9. He who is of the same mind to the good-hearted friends, relatives, enemies, the indifferent, the neutral, the hateful, the righteous, and the unrighteous excels. In the previous stanza, it was indicated that the man of perfection develops equal vision as far as things of the world are concerned. The universe is not made of things alone, but is constituted of beings also. Now the doubt arises as to what will be the relationship of a perfect man of equipoise with the living kingdom of beings around him. Will he negate the whole lot as unreal in his preoccupations with the experience of the eternal and immortal, which is the substratum for the entire world of changing phenomenal beings? Will he ignore to serve the world and help the living generation? This idea is taken up here for discussion. Such a man of excellence, says Krishna, regards all relationships with an equal love and consideration. be they friends or foes, or indifferent or neutral, or hateful or nearest relations. In his equal vision, all of them are equally important, and he embraces in his infinitude all of them with the same warmth and ardor. His love knows no distinction between the righteous and the unrighteous, the good and the bad. To him, a sinner is but a ego, living in its misunderstandings, since sin is only a mistake of the soul and not a positive blasphemy against itself. Ramatirtha beautifully expresses it when he says that we are punished by the sin and not for it. In the right understanding of his own self and the resulting realization of his own self, he becomes the self everywhere. He discovers a unity in the perceived diversity and a subtle rhythm in the obvious discord in the world outside. To him who has realized himself to be the self which is all pervading, the entire universe becomes his own self, and therefore his relationship with every other part of the universe is equal and same. Whether I get wounded in the hand or leg, or the leg, or the back, or in the front, on the head, or on the shoulder, it is the same to me, since I am identifying equally with my hand, my trunk, my legs as myself. Through what methods can one attain this highest goal and assure for himself the surest result? It is explained. योगी युञ्जीत सततम् आत्मानं रहसि स्थितः एकाकी यतचित्तात्मा निराशीरपरिग्रहः. 10. Let the yogi try constantly to keep the mind steady, remaining in solitude, alone with the mind and body controlled, free from hope and greed. In the Mahabharata, Krishna is conceived as a voluntary manifestation of the Supreme, and hence he is addressed as Shri Krishna Paramatman. He is giving here an advice to his most intimate friend and life's companion Arjun on the methods of self-development and the techniques of self-perfection. Even then, it is not said that the Lord will give him a secret method by which he will not have to make any struggle at all, and that the entire responsibility will be borne by the creator of the universe. The very opening words of this stanza weed out any such false hopes in the minds of the seekers. O man of self-control, yogi, you should constantly practice concentration. It is only through the practice of meditation that a mortal can grow out of his weaknesses and flower forth culturally into the greater perfection possibilities within himself. Details of how the meditation is to be conducted are given in the rest of the stanza. Sitting in solitude, one should practice meditation. This word has been unnecessarily so overstretched in recent times in India that the term meditation brings a sense of horror and fear into the minds of the early seekers. It does not mean that meditation can be practiced only in the jungles or in the solitude of caves. It only means that the seeker should try to withdraw himself from his mental and physical preoccupations and should retire to a corner in his house for the purpose of early meditation. Solitude can be gained only when there is a mental withdrawal from the world outside. One who is full of desires and constantly meditating upon the sense objects cannot hope to gain any solitude even in a virgin forest. Again, the word solitude rahasi suggests a meaning of secretiveness, indicating that religion should not be a broadcast of self advertisement but must be a set of true values of life, secretly practiced within the heart, ordering our way of thinking and encouraging our pursuit of the nobler values in life. Physically alone, ekaki, for the purpose of meditation, when one strives, his success in inward quietude will be directly proportional to the amount of self control he is practicing in his daily life. Self control is not possible unless we know how to free ourselves from the eagerness to possess and the anxiety to hoard. To renounce our preoccupations with our endless plans for possessing more is indicated here by the term free from hope, nirashihi, and the term free from possessions, aparigraha, indicates all our anxieties in striving, hoarding, and protecting what we possess. When one well established in these necessary physical self controls and essential mental and intellectual habits, sits meditating upon the truth in all secrecy, he is a true seeker striving on the right path to achieve and acquire the highest that is possible in life. Now, in the sequel, the Lord proceeds to prescribe for the yoga practitioner particular modes of sitting, eating, creation, and the recreation and the like that are aids to yoga. First of all, he explains the mode of sitting as follows. शुचौ देशे प्रतिष्ठाप्य स्थिरमासनमात्मनः नात्युश्रितं नातिनीचं चैलाजिनकुशोत्तरम्. 11. Having in a clean spot established a firm seat of his own, neither too high nor too low, made of a cloth, a skin, and kusha grass, one over the other. In meditation, if meditation is the path by which one can gain tranquility and equal vision within oneself, it is necessary that in this textbook of self-perfection, Lord Krishna should give a complete and exhaustive explanation of the technique of meditation. In order to fulfill this demand, here under we get a few verses explaining the position, the means and the ends of the meditator at work. In these words is a description of the seat and the place for perfect meditation. In a clean place. This is important inasmuch as the eternal conditions have a direct bearing upon the human mind. In a clean place, there is more chance for the seeker to maintain a cleaner mental condition. Apart from this, commentators explain that the place should be rid of mosquitoes, houseflies, bugs, ants, and such other creatures that may disturb the beginner's mental concentration, which he is trying to turn inward. In his seat, the meditator is asked to sit steady, sthiram, without moving the physical body at short intervals, and without swinging the body either forward or backward or sideways. The seeker is asked to get firmly established on his seat because physical movement contributes immensely to the shattering of mental concentration and inner equipoise. This is very well realized by all of us if we only remember our attitude when we are sincerely and seriously thinking over something. In order to get established in a firm posture, it would be advisable to sit in any comfortable seat, asana, with the vertebral column erect, fingers interlocked, and hands thrown in front. Adding more details, Krishna says that the seat of meditation should not be too high or too low. If it is too high, there will be a sense of insecurity in the meditator created as a result of the instinct of self preservation. He will find it difficult to extricate himself from his outer world consciousness and plunge himself into the inner. Again, we are told that the seat should not be too low. This is to avoid the mistake of meditating in any damp underground cellar where perchance the seeker may develop rheumatic pains in his body. During meditation, the heart action becomes slightly low, and to the extent we are withdrawn into ourselves, even the blood pressure falls. At such a time of low resistance, if the place is be damp, there is a great chance of seeker developing pains in his joints. To avoid such troubles, the warning is given here. When the Gita is out to give details, she leaves nothing to the imagination of the student. The exhaustive details regarding the ideal seat for meditation is an example. It is said here that a mattress of kusha grass on the ground with a deer skin covered with a piece of cloth on top of it is the perfect seat for long meditations. Dampness is avoided by the kusha grass, which keeps the seat warm during winter. In summer, the skin becomes too hot, and also some seekers are allergic to the animal skin, especially when their skin has become slightly moist with perspiration. This contingency is being avoided by spreading over the skin a piece of clean cloth. Having thus established himself firmly on the meditation seat, prepared as above, what exactly he is to do mentally and intellectually is now explained. What should be done after establishing oneself upon the prepared seat? तत्रैकाग्रं मनः कृत्वा यतचित्तेन्द्रियक्रियः उपविश्यासने युञ्जात् योगमात्मविशुद्धये. 12. There, having made the mind one pointed, with the actions of the mind and the senses controlled, let him, seated on the seat, practice yoga for the purification of the self. However scientifically prepared it might be, to sit in an appropriate asana seat is not in itself yoga. The appropriate physical condition is conducive to generating the right mental attitude for the spiritual practices. But a mere physical posture cannot in itself guarantee any spiritual self development. In this verse, Krishna is giving what the seeker should practice in his seat of meditation. Having made the body steadfast in posture, how one should employ his mind and intellect in the process of divine contemplation and meditation is the theme being discussed here. The first instruction given is that you should make the mind single pointed. This instruction cannot be worked out by a seeker unless he knows how he can bring about this necessary inward condition in himself. It is very cheap and easy for a rishi to advise the members of the confused generation to make their mind integrated. Such an advice, when not sufficiently supported by practical details, becomes a mere high sounding philosophy and not a useful guidance for the seekers. The Gita, being a textbook which translates philosophy into life in its typical spirit, here the stanza immediately explains how we can bring the mind to an ideal single pointedness. Subduing the faculty of imagination and the activities of the sense organs. This is the instruction given by Krishna. Single pointedness is the very potent nature of the mind. The mind gets stunned by its own silence, or confused and even mad when it gets dynamized by either the inner forces of its own surging imaginations or the outward pull exerted by the hallucinations of the sense organs. If these two venues of dissipation are blocked, instantaneously the mind becomes by its own nature single pointed. Thus, seated on the prepared meditation seat and making the mind single pointed through the process of subduing mental imaginations and controlling the wild activities of the sense organs, the seeker is encouraged to practice yoga. To keep the single pointed mind constantly in the steady contemplation of the ultimate self is the inner yoga that has been mentioned here. Naturally, every seeker would desire to know why he should meditate thus. In order to remove all misunderstandings of the meditators, whether they would thereby directly come face to face with the Atman, Krishna here appends to the verse the effects of such meditation. Though steady and regular meditation, through steady and regular meditation, the Shastra promises only inner purification. Agitations in the mind are its impurities. A purified mind is that which has no agitations. And when the mind has thus become pure and steady, the consciousness, looking at the steady reflection of itself, comes to rediscover its own real nature. This process is similar to the techniques by which we understand ourselves while consulting our own reflections in a mirror. The external seat has been described. Now, what should be the posture of the body? Listen. Samam kaya shiro grivam dharayannachalam sthiraha Samprekshanasikagram swam dishaschanavalokayan. 13. Let him firmly hold his body, head and neck erect and still, gazing at the tip of his nose without looking around. After describing in detail the arrangement of the seat of meditation and how to sit there properly, Lord Krishna has thereafter explained what the meditator should do with his mind and intellect. He has also said that the mind should be made single pointed by subduing all the activities of the sense organs and the imagination. Adding more details to the technique of meditation, it is now said that the meditator should firmly hold his body in such a fashion that his vertebral column is completely erect. The head and the neck should be erect in this posture, which is geometrically perpendicular to the horizontal seat upon which the yogi is firmly settling himself. It is pointedly indicated that he should hold his body firmly. This term should not be misunderstood as holding the body in tension. Firmly here means that the body should not be held stiff but relaxed. It must be held in such a manner that there should not be any tendency to swing forward and backward or sideways from right to left. The seeker, having thus made himself ready for meditation, should gaze at the tip of the nose. This does not mean that an individual should, with half opened eyes, deliberately turn his eyeballs towards the tip of his nose. There are many seekers who have come to suffer physical discomforts such as headaches, giddiness, exhaustion, tensions, etc., because they have tried to follow this instruction too literally. Shankar, Shankaracharya ji, in his commentary, has definitely given us the right direction. He says that the term here means only that the meditator, while meditating, should have his attention as though turned towards the tip of his own nose. That this interpretation is not a labored and artificial intellectualism of the Acharya is clearly borne out by the next phrase in the second line, not looking around. This instruction clearly shows what was in the mind of Krishna when he gave the instruction that the meditator should direct his entire attention towards the tip of his nose so that his concentration may not be dissipated and his mind may not wander all around. Where the eyes go, there the mind faithfully follows. This is the law. That is why, when the individual is confused, we find that his gaze is not steady. Many a time, we judge another individual as behaving funny or suspiciously, and in all such cases, our only evidence is nothing other than the unsteadiness in his gaze. Watch anyone who is indecisive and who is unsteady in his determination, and you can immediately observe that the individual's look is definitely unsteady and confusedly wandering. Moreover, प्रशान्तात्मा विगतभिर्ब्रह्मचारिव्रते स्थितः मनस्संयम्य मच्चित्तो युक्त आसीत मत्परः. 14. Serene minded, fearless, firm in the vow of brahmacharya, having controlled the mind, thinking on me and balanced. Let him sit, having me as the supreme goal. When the meditator has thus practiced meditation for a certain period of time As a result of his practice, he comes to experience a larger share of quietude and peace in his mind. This extremely subtle form of inward peace is indicated here by the term prashanta. This inward peace, silence is reveling in an atmosphere of extreme joy and contentment is the exact situation in which the individual can be trained to express the nobler and the diviner qualities which are inherent in the divine self. A meditator invariably finds it difficult to scale the higher realms of experience due to sheer psychological fear complex. As the yogi slowly and steadily gets unwound from his sensuous vasanas, he gets released, as it were, from the cruel embrace of his own mental octopus. At this moment of transcendence, the unprepared seeker feels normally afraid of the thought that he is getting himself dissolved into nothingness. The ego, because of its long habit of living in close proximity to its own limitations, finds it hard even to believe that there is an existence supreme, divine, and infinite. One is reminded of the story of the stranded fisherwomen who complained that they could not get any sleep at all when they had to spend a night in a flower shop till they put their baskets very near their noses. Away from our pains, we dread to enter the infinite bliss. This sense of fear is the death knell of all spiritual progress. Even if progress were to reach the bosom of such an individual, he would be compelled to reject it because of the rising storm of his subjective fear. Even though the mind has become extremely peaceful and joyous, and has renounced all its sense of fear through the study of the scriptures and continuous practice of regular meditation, progress is not assured. The possibility of failure shall ever hang over the head of the seeker unless he struggles hard to get established in perfect brahmacharya. The asceticism of brahmacharya. Here, the phrase implies not only its Upanishadic implications but definitely something more than original, especially when it comes from Lord Krishna's mouth, and that too in the context of the Gita. Brahmacharya, generally translated as celibacy, has a particular meaning, but the term has also a wider and a more general implication. Brahmacharya is not only the control of the sex impulses but is also the practice of self control in all avenues of sense impulses and sense satisfactions. Unless the seeker has built up a perfect cage of intelligent self control, the entire world of objects will flood his bosom to bring therein a state of unending chaos. A mind thus agitated by the inflow of sense stimuli is a mind that is completely dissipated and ruined. Apart from this meaning, which is essentially indicative of the goal, or rather a state of complete detachment from the mind's courting of the external world of objects, There is a deeper implication of this significant and famous term. Brahmacharya, as such, is a term that can be dissolved in Sanskrit to mean wandering in Brahma Vichar, to engage our mind in the contemplation of the self. The supreme reality is the saving factor that can really help us in withdrawing the mind from external objects. The human mind must have one field or another to engage itself in. Unless it is given some inner field to meditate upon, it will not be in a position to retire from its extrovert preoccupations. This is the secret behind all success in total celibacy. The successful yogi need not be gazed at as a rare phenomenon in nature. His success can be the success of all only if we know how to establish ourselves in the inner self control. It is because people are ignorant of the positive methods to be practiced for a continuous and successful negation and complete rejection of the charms of the sense organs that they invariably fail in their endeavor. Naturally, it becomes easy for the individual who has gained in himself all the three above mentioned qualities to control and direct the newfound energies in himself. The inward peace, an attribute of the intellect, comes only when the discriminative faculty is relatively quiet. Fearlessness brings about a great control over the exhausting thought commotions in the mental zone. Brahmacharya, in its aspect of sense withdrawal, lends a larger share of physical quietude. Therefore, when by the above process the intellect, mind, and body are all controlled and brought to the maximum amount of peace and quietude, the way of life pursued by the seeker provides for him a large saving of mental energy which would otherwise have been spent away in sheer dissipation. This newly discovered and fully availed of strength makes the mind stronger and stronger, so that the seeker experiences in himself a growing capacity to withdraw his wandering mind into himself and to fix his entire thoughts in the contemplation of me, the self. The concluding instruction in this most significant verse in the chapter is, let him sit in yoga having me as his supreme goal. It has been already said in an earlier chapter that the meditator should continue meditation, and ere long, achirena, he will have the fulfillment of his meditation. The same idea is suggested here, having made the mind tame and keeping it away from its own endless dissipations. We are instructed to keep the single pointed mind in contemplation of the divine self and his eternal nature. Immediately following this instruction, in the order that we should remain in this attitude of meditation, seeking nothing else but me as the supreme goal, ere long, in the silence and quietude within, the withering mind and other equipments will exhaust themselves, and the seeker will wake up to realize his own infinite, eternal, blissful, and quiet nature, the Self. युञ्जन्नेवं सदात्मानं योगी नियतमानसः Shantim nirvana paramam matsamsthamadhigacchati. 15. Thus, always keeping the mind balanced, the yogi within his mind controlled attains the peace abiding in me, which culminates in total liberation, nirvana or moksha. After thus describing the physical pose, the mental stability, and the consequent intellectual self application, the Lord now describes the last lap in the technique of meditation to his beloved friend, the Pandava prince. When all the above details are worked out by anyone, that individual becomes a man steadfast both in his physical and in his subtler life and therapy. He comes to release from himself a large quantity of his psychic vitality. In this stanza, it is said that when a meditator controls his mind and constantly sada keeps his mind away from its agitations, he can easily and surely reach the Supreme. The term always, sada, should not be misunderstood as suggesting that the practitioner should live criminally, neglecting all his duties towards his home and the world around him. Here, the term always only connotes a duration of constant and consistent inner silence during one's meditation. At the peak of meditation, the practitioner comes to a point of perfect halt. The individual comes to experience infinite peace, which is the peace that resides in him. The self is peace, absolute shantam, inasmuch as the processes of physical excitements, mental agitations, and intellectual disturbances are not in the self, it being beyond these matter envelopments. Here it may here it may look as though Krishna is advising the dualistic school of philosophy, since it is said the meditator reaches the peace that is my own nature. To conceive of a truth having qualities is to reduce the eternal to the finite status of a substance dravya. Again, if the meditator experiences the peace that resides in me, then the goal gained becomes the object apart from the meditator. The subtle philosopher Sri Krishna recognizes this unavoidable imperfection of the spoken language, and therefore he tries to neutralize the fallacy in his expressions by the significant terms, the peace that ultimately culminates in the supreme liberation, Nirvana Paramam. In short, when the meditator has come to the moment of perfect silence within, he comes to experience at first the peace that is known in the world outside. Soon as it were, the experiencer gets slowly acted upon and digested into the very substance of the truth. Peace is the fragrance of the truth which the dying ego of the meditator seems to experience at the gateway of its own real divine nature. In fact, in the last stage of fulfillment in meditation, the meditator awakens to his status of selfhood. This Advaita experience is the one fact that has been repeated and emphasized all through Krishna's song Divine. Following are the regulations as regards the meditator's food, etc. नात्यश्नतस्तु योगोऽस्ति न चैकान्तमनश्नतः न चाति स्वप्नशीलस्य जाग्रतो नैव चार्जुन. 16. Verily, yoga is not possible for him who eats too much, nor for him who does not eat at all, nor for him who sleeps too much, nor for him who is always awake all day. When the above technique and goal are so clearly given out, one is apt to wonder at one's own incapacity to reach anywhere near the indicated goal, in spite of the fact that one has been sincerely and constantly meditating upon it for a number of years. What exactly is the behavior that unconsciously takes a seeker away from the grand road to success? No scientific theory is complete unless it enumerates the various precautions that are to be taken for achieving complete success. The next few stanzas warn us of all the possible pitfalls on the path of the Dhyana Yoga. Moderation in indulgence and activities at all levels of one's personality is an imperative requisite which alone can assure true success in meditation. Intemperance would bring discordant and riotous agitations in the various matter layers of our personality, shattering the harmonious melody of integration. Therefore, strict moderation in food, sleep, and recreation is enjoined. Everything should be well measured and completely defined. Yoga is not possible for him who eats too much, nor for him who does not eat at all. Here, the term eat should be understood in its comprehensive meaning, as including all sense enjoyments, mental feelings, and intellectual perceptions. It is not only the process of consuming things through the mouth, it includes the enjoyments gained through all the avenues of sense perceptions and inward experiences. Drawing our conclusions from these standards, we may understand the rule to be eat whatever comes to us handy without creating unnecessary destruction to the living kingdom, just for our personal existence, and intelligently consume a quantity which does not load the stomach. This is the golden rule of diet for a successful meditator. It is rightly said that neither too much sleep, which unnecessarily dulls our faculties and renders the individual more and more gross, nor no sleep at all, is the right policy for a student in spiritual life. Intelligent moderation is the law. This stanza might confuse the dull-witted, and therefore the following verse answers the question: how then can yoga be achieved? युक्ताहारविहारस्य युक्तचेष्टस्य कर्मसु युक्तस्वप्नावबोधस्य योगो भवति दुःखः. 17. Yoga becomes the destroyer of pain for him who is moderate in the eating and recreation. In eating and recreation, who is moderate in his exertion during his actions, who is moderate in sleep and wakefulness. This stanza plans the life living which yoga can be more successfully cultivated. Moderation in eating and recreation, in sleep and activities is the prescription that has been insisted upon for yoga by the Lord in indicating the blessed life of temperance and self control. Krishna has used such a selected vocabulary that the words have the fragrance of an ample suggestiveness. An ordinary seeker takes to some sacred work in a misguided belief that selfless work will create in him more worthiness for his spiritual life. Many seekers have I met who have, in the long run, fall a prey to their own activities because of this false notion. In this stanza, we have a clear direction as to how to avoid the victimization of ourselves by the work that we undertake. Not only must we be temperate, discriminately careful in choosing the right field of activity, but we must also see that the efforts that we put into that activity are moderate, chestasya. Having selected a divine work, if we get bound and enslaved in its program of effort, the chances are that the work, instead of redeeming us from our existing vasanas, will create in us more and more new tendencies, and in the exhaustion created by the work, we will slowly sink into agitations and perhaps even into animalism. Yet Krishna wants to indicate the absolute necessary for moderation regarding sleep and wakefulness. The phrases which he uses are very significant. Swapna is the term used for indicating that total conscious life of the ego's active experience in the world. Elsewhere in the Upanishads also, the entire life's experiences have been classified under the state of sleep, the non apprehension of reality, and the state of dream, the misapprehension of reality, wherein the waking state is also included. The term avabodha used here echoes the spiritual goal explained as absolute knowledge. To all intelligent and serious students of the Upanishads, the term as used here carries a secret message that the meditator should not overindulge either in the life of misapprehensions nor in those deep silent moments of pure meditation, the moments of avabodha. Krishna indicates that sadhaks during their early practices should not overindulge in the world of their perceptions, nor try to practice meditation for too long and weary hours and force inner silence. Silence in the same stanza by two significant looking words. Krishna has conveyed to all generations of Gita students an indication why yoga is to be practiced at all. It is capable of destroying all miseries. When does one become a saint? perfectly steadfast yuktah. यदा विनियतं चित्तम् आत्मन्येवावतिष्ठते निःस्पृहः सर्वकामेभ्यो युक्त इत्युच्यते तदा. 18. When the perfectly controlled mind rests in the self only, free from longing for all objects of desire, then it is said he is united yuktah. This and the following five stanzas are a dissertation on the fruits of yoga, and they explain what a perfect meditator can gain in life and what his experiences are while living in this world during and after his spiritual realization. Throughout the Gita, so far, Krishna has been stressing the necessity of one quality, steadfastness, yuktah. A complete and exhaustive definition has not so far been given to explain this crucial term. Although sufficient hints have been thrown in here and there to indicate the nature of the man who is steadfast in devotion and yoga, here we have almost a complete definition of it. When the mind is completely under control, the stanza claims it rests serenely in the self alone. A little reflection can bring the truth of the statement into our easy comprehension. An uncontrolled mind is one which frantically gallops on, seeking satisfaction among the sense objects. We have already been told that the mind can be withdrawn from its preoccupations with its usual sense objects only when it is firmly tied down to the contemplation of the self, which is the eternal substratum. The conscious principle that illumines all perceptions and experiences. Naturally, therefore, a mind that is fully controlled is a mind which has lost itself, as it were, in the steady and continuous contemplation upon the self. The above explanation is endorsed by the second line of the stanza, which gives us inkling as to the means by which we can fix our mind on the Supreme, free from longing after all desires. Longing after all desires is the means that has been suggested repeatedly throughout the Lord's song. It is unfortunate that hasty commentators have unconsciously come to overemphasize the renunciation of all desires as the cardinal virtue in Hinduism. There is an ocean of difference between the desires and the longing after desires. Desires in themselves are not unhealthy, nor can they actually bring about any sorrow unto us. But the disproportionate amount of our clinging to our desires is the cancer of the mind that brings about all the mortal agonies into life. For example, desire for wealth is healthy inasmuch as it encourages the mind to act and to accomplish, to acquire and to keep, to earn and to save. But when desire possesses an individual in such a way that he becomes almost hysterical with over anxiety, it makes him incompetent to put forth any substantial creative effort and accomplish glories worthy of the dignity of man. A desire in itself cannot and does not bring about storms in the mind, as does our longing after those very same desires. The Gita advises us to renounce only our yearnings for all objects of desires. Through discrimination and proper intellectual evaluation of the sense objects, when an individual has withdrawn his mind from its usual sense cutters, the mind comes to take hold of the subtler and the diviner theme of the self for its contemplation. The limited and the finite sense objects agitate the mind, while the unlimited and the infinite self brings peace and joy to it. This condition of sense withdrawal and the entry of the mind into the self is called its condition of steadfastness, yuktaha. Such an individual has an fully integrated yuktaha personality. Such a yogi's integrated mind is described below. यथादीपो निवातस्थो नेङ्गते सोपमा स्मृता योगिनो यतचित्तस्य युञ्जतो योगमात्मनः. 19. As a lamp placed in a windless place does not flicker is a simile used to describe the yogi of uncontrolled mind, practicing yoga of the self or absorbed in the yoga of the self. As an efficient complement to the previous verse, this stanza explains the mind of the yogi of collected thoughts who is absorbed in yoga. This explanation is given through the help of a famous simile. As a lamp in a spot sheltered from the wind does not flicker. The example is quite appropriate inasmuch as the mind is fickle and unsteady as the tip of a flame. Thoughts appear in the mind every second in a continuous stream, and then constant thought disturbances, each dying, yielding its place to a new one, give us the apprehension of a solid factor called the mind. Similarly, the tip of a flame also, it can be experimentally proved, is never steady, but the flickering is so fast that it gives us an illusion of a definite shape and solidity. When this flame is well protected from the fickle breeze, it becomes steady in its upward flight. In the same fashion, the flame of the mind, flickering at the whims and fancies of the passing sensuous desires, when arrested in meditation, becomes steady, brilliant, although its thoughts are employed in the contemplation of the self by a constant flow of Brahmakara vritti. In short, repeated and constant thoughts of Brahman, vast and infinite, eternal and blissful, the substratum for the entire universe, is the yoga of the self, yogam atmanah. Yogam atmanah. Having thus, through meditation, become single pointed, what would be the stages of progress accomplished? This is described in the following 4 stanzas. यत्रोपरमते चित्तं निरुद्धं योगसेवया यत्र चैवात्मनात्मानं पश्यन्नात्मनि तुष्यति. सुखमात्यन्तिकं यत्तद् बुद्धिग्राह्यमतीन्द्रियं वेत्ति यत्र न चैवायं स्थितश्चरति तत्त्वतः। यं लब्ध्वा चापरं लाभं मन्यते नाधिकं ततः। यस्मिन् स्थितो न दुःखेन गुरुणापि विचाल्यते। तं विद्यात् दुःखसंयोग वियोगं योगसंज्ञितं स निश्चयेन योक्तव्यो योगो अनिर्विण्णचेतसा। 20. When the mind, restrained by the practice of yoga, attains quietude, and when seeing the self by the self, he is satisfied in his own self. 21. When he, the yogi, feels that infinite bliss which can be grasped by the pure intellect and which transcends the senses, wherein established he never moves from the reality. 22. Which having obtained, he thinks there is no other gain superior to it, wherein established he is not moved even by heavy sorrow. 23. Let it be known the severance from the union with pain is yoga. This yoga should be practiced with determination and with a mind steady and undespairing. These 4 verses together give a complete picture of the state of yoga, and Krishna ends with a very powerful call to man that everyone should practice this yoga of meditation and self-development in order to encourage man and make him walk this noble path of self-development and self-mastery. Bhagavan explains the goal which is gained by the meditator. When the mind is completely restrained and explained in the above 4 stanzas, it attains a serene quietude and in that silence gains the experience of the self, not as anything separate from itself, but as its own true nature. This self-rediscovery of the mind is in fact nothing other than the divine conscious principle, is the state of infinite bliss. This awakening to the cognition of the self can take place only when the individual ego has smashed its limiting axioms and has thereby transcended its identifications with the body, mind, and intellect. That this bliss is not an objective experience such as is gained among the pleasures of the world is evident by the qualification that it transcends the senses, atindriyaha. Ordinarily, we gain our experiences in the world outside through our sense organs. When the spiritual masters promise that self-realization is the state of bliss, we are tempted to accept it as an objective goal. But when they say that it is beyond the senses, the seekers start feeling that the promises of religion are mere bluff. The stanza therefore has to clearly insist that this bliss of self-recognition is perceivable only through the pure intellect. Intellect that is purified of its rajoguna and tamoguna is called in Vedanta the pure intellect. Tamas and Rajas respectively create in man the veiling of truth, avarana, and the consequent agitations, vikshepa. When both of them are to a degree removed, To that degree, the percentage of sattva increases in the intellect. When an intellect comes under the influence of pure sattva, it ends in an experience of infinite tranquility, and the self is thus experienced on transcending the intellect. A doubt may now arise that when, as a result of these almost superhuman efforts, an individual has at last come to experience this transcendental bliss, it may provide only a flashy moment of intense living, which may then disappear, demanding all over again similar superhuman efforts to regain one more similar moment of bliss experience. To remove this possible misunderstanding, the stanza insists, established wherein he never departs from his real state. The Gita repeatedly endorses that the experience of the self is an enduring state from which there is no return. Even supposing one has gained this infinite bliss, will he not again come to all the sorrows that are natural to every worldly being? Will he not thereafter feel as great an urge as anyone else to strive and struggle, to earn and hoard, the thirst to love and be loved, etc.? All these excitements, which are carbuncles upon the shoulders of an imperfect man, are denied to a perfect one, as the following stanza 622 explains the supreme truth as having come to which no one can consider any other gain as equal to it, much less ever anything greater. Even after these explanations, the Lord Himself raises the question which a man of doubts may entertain. It will be quite natural for a student who is striving to understand Vedanta purely through his intellect to doubt as to whether the experience of divinity can be maintained even during moments of stress and sorrow and in periods of misery and mourning. In other words, is not religion a mere luxury of the rich and the powerful, a superstitious satisfaction for the weak, a make believe dream heaven for the escapist? Can religion and its promised perfection stand unperturbed in all our changes of life? Bereavements, losses, illness, penury, starvation. This doubt, which is quite common in our times too, has been unequivocally answered here with a daring statement that wherein being established one is not moved away even by the heaviest sorrow. To summarize, when by the quietude of the mind gained through concentration, one comes to rediscover one's own self, his is the bliss absolute. And therefore no not gross. This cannot be perceived and therefore not gross through the senses and yet can be lived through a pure intellect, meaning when the intellect has been transcended, since pure sattva intellect cannot maintain itself as a mere time space causality instrument. Having reached it, there is no more any return. Having gained which, there is no greater gain to strive for, and which is not shaken even by the lashings of the greatest tragedies of our existence. This is the wondrous truth that has been indicated as the self by the Gita, the goal of all men of discrimination and spiritual aspirations. This self is to be known. The means of knowing this goal, as well as the state of its experience, is called yoga in the Gita 6:23. Here we have one of the noblest, if revolutionary, definitions of yoga. We have explained earlier how the Gita is an incomparable restatement of the declaration of the Upanishads in the context of the Hindu world available at the time of the Mahabharata. The old idea that yoga is a strange phenomenon, too difficult for the ordinary man to practice or to come to experience, has been remodeled here to a more tolerant and all comprehensive definition. Yoga, which was till then a technique of religious and self perfection available only for a reserved few, has now been made a public park into which everyone can enter at his free will and entertain himself as best as he can. In this sense of the term, the Gita has rightly called a revolutionary Bible of the Hindu Renaissance. Apart from the divine prerogative of one who is an incarnation, we find a brilliant dash of revolutionary zeal in Krishna's godly personality, in both his emotions and his actions. When such a divine revolutionary enters the fields of culture and spirituality, he could not have given a more spectacular definition of yoga than that which he has given us here. Yoga, a state of disunion from every union with pain. This reinterpretation of yoga not only provides us with a striking definition, but at the same time it is couched in such a clapping language of contradiction that it arrests the attention of every student and makes him think for himself. The term yoga means contact. Today, man in his imperfections has contacts with only the world of finite objects, and therefore he aches out of life only finite joys. These objects of the world are contacted through the instruments of man's body, mind, and intellect. Joy ended is the birth of sorrow. Therefore, life through the matter vestures is the life of pain yoga, dukkha sanyoga. Pain, life of pain, yoga, dukkha sanyoga. Detachment from the pain. Yoga is naturally a process in which we disconnect, we yoga ourselves from the fields of objects and their experiences. A total or even a partial divorce from the perceptions of the world of objects is not possible. As long as we are using the mechanism of perception, the organ of feeling, and the instrument of thinking, to get detached from the mechanism of perceptions, feelings, and thoughts would naturally be the total detachment from the pain yoga, dukkha sanyoga, viyoga. Existence of the mind is possible only through its attachment. The mind can never live without attaching itself to some object or other. Detachment from one object is possible for the mind only when it has attached itself to another. For the mind, detachment from pain caused by the unreal is possible only when it gets attached to the bliss that is the nature of the real. In this sense, the true yoga, which is the seeking and establishing an enduring attachment with the real, is gained only when the seeker cries a halt in his onward march towards pain and deliberately takes a right about turn to proceed towards the real and the permanent in himself. This wonderful idea has been most expressively brought out in the phrase which Bhagavan employs here as a definition of yoga, dukkha, sanyoga, yoga. A little scrutiny will enable us to realize that in defining yoga thus, Sri Krishna has not introduced any new ideology into the stock of knowledge that was the traditional wealth of the Hindu scriptures. Till then, yoga was emphasized from the standpoint of its goal rather than from the exploration of its means. This overemphasis of the goal had frightened away the faithful followers from its salutary blessings, and the technique of yoga had sunk to become a mysterious and a very secret practice meant only for a few. This yoga is to be practiced, insists Krishna, with an eager and decisive mind. To practice with firm resolve and an undespairing heart is the simple secret for the highest success in the practice of meditation. The yoga with the true is gained through a total successful viyoga from the false. If we feel uncomfortably warm by being very near the fireplace, we have only to move away from it to reach the cool and comforting atmosphere. Similarly, if to live among the finite objects and live its limited joys and sorrow, then to get away from them is to enter into the realm of bliss, which is the self. This is yoga. Further instructions regarding yoga are now continued after the above short digression. Moreover, संकल्प प्रभवान् कामान् त्यक्त्वा सर्वान् शेषतः मनसैवेन्द्रियग्रामं विनियम्य समन्ततः शनैः शनैरुपरमेत् बुद्ध्या धृतिगृहीतया आत्मसंस्थं मनः कृत्वा न किञ्चिदपि चिन्तयेत्. 24. Abandoning without reserve all desires born of sankalpa and completely restraining the whole group of senses by the mind from all sides. 25. Little by little, let him attain quietude by his intellect, held firm, having made the mind established in the self, let him not think of anything. In the previous section, the entire goal of yoga was indicated as that state wherein the mind, through the practice of concentration, comes to get itself absolutely restrained. Later on, we have been given a glorious word picture of the state of enjoyment and perfection that one will get introduced to in this state of meditation. This theoretical exposition has no practical value unless exhaustive instructions are given as to how a diligent seeker can bring about this total mental poise consciously in a deliberate spiritual act of perfect self control. In these two brilliant stanzas, the subtle meditation has been explained. The secrets of how to bring the mind to single pointedness and what to do after which that mind is in concentration and how to approach the truth and ultimately realize it in an act of deliberate and conscious becoming are all exhaustively indicated in these two significant stanzas. Renouncing all sarvan desires fully asheshan by the mind control all the sense organs from their entire world of sense objects. Herein, every word demands a commentary, since every phrase leaves a hint, which is so important in ultimately assuring the seeker a complete success. It is not only sufficient that all desires are renounced, but each desire must be totally eradicated. By these two terms, Sarvan and Ashesham, no trace of doubt is left in the mind of the seekers as to the condition of their mental equipoise during moments of higher meditation. The term Asheshaha means that even the desire for this perfection in yoga is to be, in the end, totally renounced. Renunciation of desires is advised here as a very necessary and important qualification. Unfortunately, the unintelligent ignored this significant qualification and perverted our sacred religion by acting and behaving as though it recommended a life of indolence with neither any ambition to achieve nor any desire to accomplish. The term born of Sankalpa is a very significant term qualifying the desires that are to be renounced totally and fully. The term Sankalpa has already been explained earlier, chapter 6, verse 2. So, here the term used mean that it is the renunciation of all agitation breeding desires. When once this renunciation of disturbing desires has been accomplished, the individual's mind gains strength and stamina to assert itself. At first, to make the wild horses of the sense organs tame so that they run under greater control, and then to restrain all the sense organs from all sense objects from all sides. It is sufficiently very true that our mind is not able to control our sense organs, for it has been rendered weak and thoroughly impotent due to the permanent agitations caused by its own false desires. Once the mind gets strong as the result of its conquest over desires, it discovers in itself all the strength and capacity to control the indriyas from all sides. This process of quietening the mind can never be accomplished by any hasty action or by any imagination or by any strange or mysterious method. It is clearly indicated by the very insistence that the Gita makes in this stanza that the seeker should attain quietude as a result of his withdrawal from the world of sense objects by degrees. Slowly, slowly, shanai shanai, the mind gains more and more quietude. No doubt, when the sense organs have stopped their mad onrush to their respective sense objects, a certain amount of mental quietude is gained. The methods of intensifying this inner peace have been indicated in this stanza. Patiently with the intellect and the mind is to be controlled and rested in the contemplation of the self. This advice is extremely important to every seeker as it gives the next item of the program for the meditator when he has accomplished through the exertion of his mind during his meditation a total withdrawal of himself from the sense world. A total rejection of the sense world is possible only during meditation. The mind that is thus brought to a relative quietude is next to be controlled by the still subtler personality layer in the meditator, which is his intellect. Just as the sense organs are controlled and restrained by the mind is now treated by the discriminating intellect and brought under complete restraint. The mind cannot be restrained except by fixing its entire attention on one idea to the total exclusion of all other ideas. The mind is thought flow, and as such, the constant thought of the nature of the self is to be the exercise by which the mind should be restrained by the intellect. A mind that has immersed in the steady contemplation of the self becomes still, and the divine quietude comes to pervade its very substance. This is the last lap of the journey to which deliberate and conscious action, Purushartha, can take any seeker. Krishna's exhaustive theory, which can be practiced by any sincere devotee, concludes in these two stanzas with a warning as to what the seeker should avoid at his moment of inward silence and peace. The Lord does not instruct the seeker here on what he should positively do. The divine flute player says, let him not think of anything when he has once reached this state of peace within. After the halt moment, there is nothing more for the seeker to act and achieve. All that he has to do is to avoid starting any new line of imagination. Undisturbed by any new thought wave, let him maintain his inner silence and come to live it more and more deeply. Is all the instruction that the technique of meditation gives to the meditator. Knock and thou shalt enter is the promise you have knocked, and Into the supreme presence thou shalt enter, ere long, Achirena. No two simple looking stanzas anywhere in the spiritual literature of the world, including the sacred books in Hinduism, can claim to have given such an exhaustive wealth of useful instructions to a seeker as these two stanzas in the Gita. Even in the entire bulk of the divine song Gita itself, there is no other similar couple of stanzas which can, in their pregnant import, stand a favorable comparison with this perfect pair. As an instruction to those who have a fickle, unsteady mind, the following is added. यतो यतो निश्चरति मनश्चञ्चलमस्थिरं ततस्ततो नियम्येतद् आत्मन्येव वशं नयेत्. From whatever cause the restless and unsteady mind wanders away, from that let him restrain it and bring it back under the control of the self alone. 26. Every student who rises to understand the above two verses and tries to put them into practice will despair at his own capacity to control the mind and fix it constantly in the contemplation of the self. In utter despair, every seeker will realize that the mind irresistibly wanders away from its point of concentration because the mind is, by its very nature, restless, chanchala, and unsteady, asthira. It can neither constantly think of one object nor consistently think of different objects. By these two terms qualifying the mind, restlessness and unsteadiness, Krishna has brought out a vivid and a very realistic picture of the mind as it is experienced by all true seekers striving on the path of meditation. These two phrases are so impressive that later on Arjun himself, while crystallizing his doubts into language, uses them quite naturally. Thus, during practice, even though the seeker has brought his sense organs to a large extent under his control, still the mind, disturbed by the memories of its past experiences, will shoot out in such a search of sense objects. These are the moments of dejection and despair for the seekers. These wanderings of the mind may be due to very many reasons. The memory of the past, the vicinity of some tempting objects, the association of ideas, some attachment of aversion, or maybe even the very spiritual aspiration of the seeker. Lord Krishna's instruction here is very categorical and all embracing. He says, Prashanta, and whatever be the reason because of which the restless and unsteady mind wanders away, the seeker is not to despair but should understand that it is the nature of the mind to wander and that the very process of meditation is only a technique to stop this wandering. Let him bring it back. The seeker is advised to bring back the mind that has rushed out into dissimilar channels of thinking. This withdrawal of the mind by sheer willpower may be successful to a degree, but as soon as it is brought back, it will and it should rush out again into another fanciful line of thinking. Very rarely do the sadhakas realize that the mind means the flow of thought. A steady, motionless mind is no mind at all. Therefore, in the technique of meditation, when the mind is withdrawn from the sense objects, this very process of withdrawal is to be completed by a conscious effort on the part of the meditator in applying the same mind at once in the contemplation of the self. This idea has been remarkably well brought out when the Lord complements his instruction by the term bringing it under the sway of the self alone. The following few stanzas explain the effect of the yoga of meditation upon its true practitioners. प्रशान्तमनसं ह्येनं योगिनं सुखमुत्तमम् उपैति शान्तरजसं ब्रह्मभूतमकल्मषम्. 27. Supreme bliss verily comes to this yogi whose mind is quite peaceful, whose passion is quietened, who is free from sin, and who has become Brahman. As we have just indicated in the previous stanza, when an individual's mind has been arrested from its agitated roamings in the world of objects and fixed consistently upon the self, by degrees the mind gathers more and more quietude, and ultimately, when the flow of thoughts ceases, the mind also ends. Where the mind has ended, there the individual is awakened to the experience of the infinite nature of the self. Naturally, the meditator yogi comes to the supreme bliss. An intelligent inquirer has every right to question this assertion, for in a true science, the scientist has no right to assert his own opinion and to expect the students to swallow it. In the second line of the verse, the reasons are given to show how and why the quietened mind becomes an open window through which the prospect of the self comes to our view. A mind thus held steadily in the inner atmosphere of thrilled silence comes to drop off all its previous vasanas. The mind gets freed from taint, a kalmasham. In Vedanta, technically, the impurities of the mind are called mala, and it is considered as constituted of spiritual non apprehension and the consequent mental agitations. The willing power, avarana, generated by the inertia of the intellect, tamas, creates in its wake the disturbing agitations, vikshepa, in the mental zone. The agitation nuisance in the mind is most prominent when it is under the influence of Rajoguna. This Vedantic theory explains the fall of man into sorrow is theory explaining the fall of man into sorrow is fully echoed in the words of the Lord here. Passions quietened, shant rajasam, and freed from taint, akalmasham. An individual in whom all agitations have ceased, and consequently who has become perfectly freed from his ignorance of the reality, should naturally be considered as one who has regained his knowledge of the self. As long as there is agitation, so long there is the mind, and the self identified with the mind is the ego, the seeker who started meditating. When, as it has been explained, the meditator has exposed his mind to the atmosphere of inner peace and quietude, he comes to end completely all his mental agitations, and therefore the ego rediscovers itself to be nothing other than the self. This non dual truth has been openly declared by the Lord through his brilliant phrase Brahman become Brahma Bhutam in describing the man of self realization. Having thus explained the achievements of a true meditator, the Lord explains how this experience of the self can be thereafter the constant life of the perfect one. युञ्जन्नेवं सदात्मानं योगे विगतकल्मषः सुखेन ब्रह्मसंस्पर्शम् अत्यन्तं सुखमश्नुते. 28. The yogi engaged the mind thus in the practice of yoga, freed from sins, easily enjoys the infinite bliss of Brahman contact. Engaging himself thus in the battle for evolution and inward mastery, a meditator steadily grows out of the shadowy regions of his own spiritual ignorance and imperfections to smile forth in luxurious extravagance into the sparkling sunshine of knowledge. When the meditator keeps his mind undisturbed in the roaring silence within, in the white heat of meditation, his mind gets purified like a piece of iron in the smithy furnace. In short, as we said earlier and elsewhere, the halt moment is the frontier line up to which human effort can raise the mind. There it ends itself just as the balloon, as it goes higher and higher, blasts itself in the rarefied atmosphere of higher altitudes and drops down, merging the balloon space with the space inside. Similarly, the mind too, at the pinnacle of meditation, shatters itself, drops the ego down, and merges with the Supreme. Just as the space in the balloon automatically merges with the space outside when it has exploded, so too, when the finite mind is ended, with ease it attains the infinite bliss arising out of its contact with Brahman. Krishna is here trying to make an agitated, restless, inquisitive intellect understand that positive and dynamic reality which can and shall be gained when the mind and intellect are transcended. Had he said, the seeker will become happiness, Arjun would have hesitated to accept it, believing that in the self there is no positive joy. To make his unprepared intellect perceive the experienceable joy of the infinite, the divine cowherd has to borrow a vivid phrase from ordinary life, and so he says that the meditator attains the infinite bliss through the Brahman contact. This phrase Brahman contact should be understood as self contact, in contrast to the finite joys which we ordinarily gain in life through the not self contact. In the following stanzas, we get a description of the effects of yoga and a consequent perception of oneness in the pluralistic world. सर्वभूतस्थमात्मानं सर्वभूतानि चात्मनि ईक्षते योगयुक्तात्मा सर्वत्र समदर्शनः. 29. With the mind harmonized by yoga, he sees the self abiding in all beings, and all beings in the self. He sees the same everywhere. All religions in the world are great, but indeed none of them is as perfect as the religion of Vedanta. It if by religion we mean the science of self perfection. In this stanza, the author of the Gita says in equivocal terms that the perfect man of self knowledge or God realization is not merely one who has realized his own divinity, but is also one who has equally understood and has come to live in an intimate knowledge and experience of the divinity inherent in all creatures, without any distinction whatsoever. The awareness in us is the awareness everywhere, in all names and forms, and this divine awareness is the very essence in the entire world of perceptions and experience. To contact the infinite in us is to contact the eternal everywhere. To a true man of realization in Hinduism, there is no more a world to be addressed, even be it in divine compassion, by the disgusting phrase, "Oh, ye children of sin." Ramatirtha, a Hindu saint of perfection, could not but address the entire living kingdom as, "Oh, children of light." This idea of consummate revelation of God I am, gained by the meditator in the peak of perfection, endorsed and aimed at by the Hindu seers. This idea has been most effectively brought out in this stanza. That this pluralistic phenomenon is a manifestation of and a projection upon the immortal truth is very well brought out in almost all the Gita chapters. The essence in all names and forms, thus, is the same transcendental self, just as the mud in all mud pots, the gold in all gold ornaments, the ocean in all waves, the electricity in all bulbs, the self is the essence in and the substratum for the entire world of objects. Through the physical body, we perceive the physical world, and from our emotional level, we perceive the emotions in others. So, too, from our intellectual level alone, can we intelligently contact the ideas in other intellects. As asserted in the previous chapter, when an individual transcends his intellect, he rediscovers his own divine nature from that spiritual center. When he looks out, he finds the self pervading everywhere. The meditator, on transcending his intellect, becomes the self, and to the self there is nothing but the self everywhere. To the mud there are no pots, to the gold there are no ornaments separate from itself. With this understanding in our mind, the stanza becomes quite clear when it says, "He beholds the self in all beings and equally beholds all beings in the self." Such a perfect one who has realized the unity in the world of diversity alone can afford to entertain the equality of vision in all circumstances and conditions. On the noble Brahman, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a pariha, as mentioned in chapter 5, verse 18. Now will be described the effect of this perfection of unity of the self. यो मां पश्यति सर्वत्र सर्वं च मयि पश्यति तस्याहं न प्रणश्यामि स च मे न प्रणश्यति. 30. He who sees me everywhere and sees everything in me, he never gets separated from me, nor do I get separated from him. Earlier, we were told that on reaching his goal, the meditator attains infinite bliss of the Brahman contact. Poem 5.28. We explained that the term contact indicates only the non dual reality, which is the theme of all the Upanishads. Here in this stanza, we have Krishna's own commentary upon that term. Once having awakened to the self, the perfect master, therefore, recognizes everywhere nothing but the self. He who sees me in all things and sees all things in me. In this stanza, as everywhere else, the first person singular I and me are to be understood as the self. To one who is rereading the stanza in the light of this annotation, this and the previous stanza together express more fully the pregnant meaning of the most famous Upanishadic declarations found in the Ishavasya Upanishad 4th mantra. The second line of this Gita verse is almost a commentary upon the last word in the Upanishad mantra referred above, Na Vijugupsute. He never becomes separated from me. On transcending the intellect, the experience of the ego is not that it sees or perceives or cognizes the eternal, but that it cognizes itself in essence to be nothing but the self. Shivoham. The dreamer on awakening himself becomes the waker. A dreamer can never see or recognize the waker as separate from him, nor do I become separate from him. The dualists are rather hesitant to accept that infinite divinity is their real nature, for they are, as ego centers, conscious of their own bodily vanities and sins. In no clearer terms can be more exhaustively describe the unadulterated truth of the essential divinity in man. Lord Krishna here is in no way trying to conceal his meaning that a meditator, when he has fulfilled the process of detachment from the not self, himself becomes the eternal and the infinite. It may be a staggering truth, but all the same, it is the truth. Those who are hesitating and wavering may well continue to disbelieve their own divine potentialities, but the ultimate experience of the long hierarchy of gurus in India and the mystic saints all over the world has endorsed this unbelievable yet plain truth that the self in an individual is the same self everywhere. At present, we are divorced from ourselves. The ego is a rebel who has exiled himself from his native kingdom, the self. On rediscovery of the self, the ego becomes the self in such a happy blending that thereafter there is no distinction between the ego and the self. On awakening, the dreamer becomes the waker. Not only does the dreamer becomes the waker, but the waker can never remain separate from the dreamer. In ordinary divorces, either party can divorce the other and yet maintain an emotional relationship with each other. Here the Lord says that not only does the seeker come to feel the selfhood, but I, the self, become homogeneously one with him. In fact, once we understand that misguided God is a man, it becomes amply clear that rightly guided a man rediscovers himself to be nothing other than the Supreme. An actor playing the part of a beggar is not really a beggar. The moment he drops the part he is playing, he becomes what in fact he is. In fact, even while he was playing his role, he was not a beggar. This daring declaration of Vedanta is not at all difficult to understand, but the deluded are aghast at this revelation and, in their imperfections, refuse to believe this truth. They have not the guts to take the responsibilities of living a godly life. Krishna's courageous statement in this stanza leaves not even a pinhole of a doubt on this sacred conclusion of all the scriptures in the world, especially that of the immortal Upanishads, emphasizing the idea that the man of perfect self control and meditation on on realizing the self becomes the self. The following is added: सर्वभूतस्थितं यो मां भजत्येकत्वमास्थितः सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि स योगी मयि वर्तते. 31. He who, being established in unity, worships me, dwelling in all beings, that yogi abides in me, whatever be his mode of living. The meditator who has integrated himself in a single pointedness steadily contemplates bhajati upon me, the self, which is the essential spark of life in all forms in the world. Such an individual, whatever be his activities in the external world, ever lives in me through the conscious awareness of the self. This stanza is given here mainly to indicate that the man of realization need not necessarily retire to some secret cave in some forgotten valley of the Himalayas, but can maintain his divine consciousness in all states of existence, in all conditions of life, and under all happy or unhappy circumstances. When a man is ill, he has to withdraw himself from the fields of activities, strains, and exhausting recreations, and go to a sanatorium to recuperate. Having regained his natural health, he need not thereafter live forever in the sanatorium. On the other hand, he should come back to his old fields of work and live perhaps a more active life than ever before. Similarly, a disintegrated man of unhealthy temperament is, in spiritual life, treated through meditation, and when he regains his godly strength and vitality, he can certainly re enter the fields of his earlier activity and yet maintain in himself the cultural perfection and spiritual knowledge that he has gained during his spiritual treatment. Work, in fact, can be performed and really enduring fruits be gained only when the worker is established in the self. The message of the Gita is that dedicated work is a means of self-development. There is a deep significance in the fact that Krishna the Perfect is exposing himself, perhaps more to the dangers of the battle than Prince Arjun himself. A charioteer meets the arrows earlier than the warrior who stands behind him, entering the battlefield armed with nothing but his irresistible smile. He, in effect, almost becomes the lord of the battlefield, wherein the entire war, as it were, comes to revolve around him, the central personality. This means that a man of realization will will in all conditions be able to enter into any activity and still maintain in himself the unbroken awareness of the divine that he is. While reading this commentary, some students might feel that we are, in our over enthusiasm, reading a bit too much into the stanza. We can only request them to ponder over the comprehensiveness of the words used in the daring statement, whatever his mode of life be. Sarvatha Vartamanopi, the meditator, yogi, abides in me. आत्मोपम्येन सर्वत्र समं पश्यति योर्जुन सुखं वा यदि वा दुःखं स योगी परमो मतः. 32. He who through the likeness, sameness of the self, O Arjun, sees equality everywhere, be it pleasure or pain, he is regarded as the highest yogi. True meditators, well established in their intellectual understanding and spiritual experience, intuitively recognize the divine presence immanent in everything. Such men of perfection see in all activities the glory of the self and understand their own bodily functions as nothing but the grace of the self. For them, there is no experience but of the divine. Everything experienced in the gross world outside and in the subtle realm within is nothing but an emanation from the eternal self. The highest yogi, according to the Gita, is one who feels the pains and joys of others as intimately as if they were his own. The famous ethical rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, is a most unpleasant instruction to the average man because in his selfishness he is easily tempted to ask why he should consider others as himself. The uninitiated in his instinctive selfishness would naturally be tempted to follow the unethical ways of life. The previous few stanzas explained why one should love one's neighbors. The yogi, after his experience of the self, comes to recognize the whole world as nothing but himself. As all the limbs and parts of one's body are equally dear to an individual, can one easily experience one's intimate identity with all the different parts of the body. If your tongue were to be accidentally bitten by your own teeth, you would never think of punishing the teeth for the crime they had done, for you pervade equally both in the tongue and in the teeth, having realized the self. When I come to feel everywhere the presence of me as the self everywhere, the whole universe of names and forms becomes for me the one integrated form in which at all places and at all times I alone am. Such an individual who has in his realization come to feel the entire universe as his own form is called a true yogi by the singer of this celestial song. In short, a seer of self-realization instinctively becomes a divinely compassionate man, producing in society more than what he consumes and creating in the community much more than what he destroys during his lifetime. Love is his very breath, kindness his very sustenance. In thus concluding the description of a perfect yogi with a word picture of the perfect man's attitude to life and his relation with the world outside, Krishna would fascinate any eagerly listening student. Yet Arjun, a practical man of the world, immediately discovers his incapacity to attain the goal pointed out here and raises his own doubts in the form of a question. Saying that the yoga described, the yoga of right knowledge, is very difficult to attain, Arjun wishes to know the surest means of gaining this yoga. Arjun said, अर्जुनोवाच योऽयं योगस्त्वया प्रोक्तः साम्येन मधुसूदन एतस्याहं न पश्यामि चञ्चलत्वात् स्थितिं स्थिराम्. 33. This yoga of equanimity taught by thee, O slayer of Madhu, I see not its enduring continuity because of the restlessness of the mind. The most practical minded Aryan that he was, Arjun, the man of action, could not at all be moved merely by the poetic beauty of an ideology. He was thirsty to live, and therefore the philosophy of meditation and successful victory over the cravings of the flesh could not charm him away to any idle intellectual pursuit. He shot some very relevant questions to explore the seemingly impractical philosophy that has been explained in this chapter. Detachment from pain, attachments, Dukkha Sanyoga Viyoga was the definition of yoga that Krishna provided in this chapter. The process of achieving success in this detachment yoga has been explained herein as the technique of withdrawing the mind from the objects by lifting it to the planes of higher contemplation. The theory is that the mind, when it comes to a single pointed devotion in the contemplation of the self, becomes stilled and redeems itself by ending its egocentric pilgrimage through the ignorance of truth and the consequent misjudgment of the world. The goal pointed out perfectly, equanimity in all conditions, challenges, and circumstances of life, is an admirable gain. But to Arjun, the technique seems to be sheer poetic fantasy, with no roots in the soil of the actualities of life. The acute intellect of Arjun, systematically approaching the science of self-realization, discovers, as it were, a dangerous missing link in the chain of arguments. Mercilessly, the man of war is hammering at this weak point with the absolute confidence that he will expose immediately the hollowness of Krishna's philosophy. Thus, Arjun tauntingly points out, this yoga which you have been teaching me with such mental tranquility is not at all practicable. The argument given out by Arjun and the daring with which he directly faces his teacher show the characteristic spirit of a true student of Vedanta. Blind faith can gain no entry into the fields of pure spirituality. The teachers are to answer and clear all the doubts of the seekers. But in questioning the philosophy expounded by a teacher, the student must indicate the logical argument by which he had come to leave the particular weakness in that philosophy. Here, Arjun gives all his arguments to show why the state of evenness of mind would remain only a dream as long as the human mind was, by its very nature, restless in his own agitations. In contradicting the Krishna philosophy, Arjuna is extremely careful. He does not say that mental equanimity cannot be gained through meditation at all, but his doubt is that it cannot be an experience of long endurance. The implication is that even if after years of practice the mind were to be won over, the experience of the self can only be momentary. Although the full experience of the infinite can be had in that split moment, that direct realization could not be maintained by the man of knowledge for any length of time, the mind being by its very nature ever restless. As if making himself more clear to his teacher, Arjun adds the following stanza, which in fact takes the edge off from the spearhead of his logic in the previous stanza. चञ्चलं हि मनः कृष्ण प्रमाथि बलवदृढं तस्याहं निग्रहं मन्ये वायोरिव सुदुष्करम्. 34. The mind verily is, O Krishna, restless, turbulent, strong, and unyielding. I deem it quite as difficult to control as the wind. There is an ocean of difference between a modern man condemning the sacred scriptures of our land and a true seeker questioning the same philosophy in his honest attempt to understand the full import and the wealth of suggestiveness contained therein. In his acute awareness, Arjun realizes deep within himself his own subjective experience that a mind cannot be stilled, as it were, as it is ever turbulent, strong, and unyielding. These three terms are quite pregnant in their own import. Turbulence shows not only the speed in the flow of thoughts, but also their restlessness and agitations, causing undulating waves rising on the surface. Not only does the flood of thoughts flow fast and rough, but having reached its destination at some sense object or the other, it gets so powerfully attached to it that it becomes strong in its new roots. Mind is turbulence. Mind in turbulence is no doubt difficult to arrest when it gets strongly riveted. It is difficult to pluck it away from its attachments. And the third feature of the mind is that when it has flown into any new channel of its own choice for the moment, it is unyielding. Hence, it is impossible for the individual to pull it back from its flight and persuade it to stay at any chosen point of concentration. It is to be remembered that this was the technique advised by Krishna for the practice of meditation earlier in this chapter, in verse 26 of 6th chapter. The strength and vigor, the vivacity and treachery, the penetrativeness and all-pervasiveness of the mind cannot be better expressed than by the simile given here as the wind. In raising this question, Arjuna is asking Krishna for some practical tips by which he can gain perfect control over the stormy nature of the unyielding, strong, turbulent, and restless mind. Herein, unlike the previous stanza, The Lord is addressed by his most familiar name, Krishna, a word that comes from the root krish, to scrape. The term Krishna is applicable to the self because, on realization of the truth, the threats of the delusory mind and the consequent dreaming vasanas will all be scraped away from our cognition. The bloody hands of the dreamer get automatically cleaned, and all the mortal stigma attached to the murderer immediately gets cleared when the dreamer wakes up. Similarly, the mind and its onslaughts, its vasanas and their tyranny, the intellect and its quest, the physical body and its appetites, all end with the rediscovery of the true nature of the self. Therefore, the poet philosopher Vyasa, in his immortal classic Mahabharata, paints the inner self as Lord Krishna, the flute player of Vrindavana. In Sanskrit, this is a special art unknown to any other language in the world. The coining of a proper noun for a person to indicate a particular quality that is to be suggested in the context of the narration. Accepting the arguments of Arjun, the Lord answers that there is a method by which the invincible mind can be brought under control. The blessed Lord said, Shri Bhagavan Uvacha, Asamshayam Mahabaho Mano Durnigraham Chalam Abhyasena tu Kaunteya Vairagyena cha Grihate. 35. Undoubtedly, O mighty armed one, the mind is difficult to control and is restless, but by practice, O son of Kunti, and by dispassion, it is restrained. Krishna knew his Arjun, the warrior, the man of action and daring adventure, the ruthless realist. When such a tumultuous personality spurs himself on with a drawn dagger, as it were, either to agree with or to condemn the noble philosophy of a true missionary, the teacher must have the balance of mind to approach the rebel intellect with divine understanding and extreme tact. At this juncture in the Gita, the situation in a nutshell is this. The Lord propounds the theory that mind stealed is self gained, and Arjun argues that mind cannot be stealed and so self cannot be gained. When an impetuous man like Arjun gets hold of the idea in all enthusiasm, the best technique is to yield to him to start with. Stooping to conquer is the secret of success in philosophical discussions, especially in such cases of prejudice natural to the ignorant. Thus, the great psychologist Krishna, with the very first word in his reply, quietly disarms his mighty adversary and tickles his vanity with the term, no doubt, O mighty armed. Krishna admits that the mind is turbulent, strong, unyielding, and restless, and that it is very difficult to control, and therefore the goal of perfect and enduring tranquility cannot easily be achieved. By this admission, Arjuna is flattered. By reminding him that he is a mighty armed soldier in life, he is mentally brought to a restful peace. The taunting implication in it is obvious. To achieve the impossible and the difficult is the job of the mighty armed. It is no glory for a warrior to claim that he has plucked half a dozen flowers from a bush in his own courtyard. The mind is no doubt a great enemy, but the greater the enemy, the nobler the victory. In the second line of this stanza, the eternal missionary in Krishna very carefully weighs his words and uses the most appropriate terms to soothe the mind of Arjuna. O son of Kunti, it can be brought under control, is an assertion which comes only at the very end of the stanza. Through practice and renunciation, the mind can be brought under control in the beginning and ultimately to a perfect halt. This is the confident, reassuring declaration of the Lord in the Gita. Renunciation has been already described earlier in the Gita as sannyas, which was defined as renunciation of all clinging attachments to the objects of the world, lingering expectations for the fruits of action. These two are the main causes for the agitation of thoughts, which further thicken the flood of the thought flow and make the mind uncontrollable. As Shankaracharya ji declares, practice, abhyas, is constant repetition of an idea regarding one and the same object of thought. This consistency of thought during steady meditation generally gets dissipated because of the frequent explosive eruptions of desires. Whipped up by the new desires that are rising at every moment, the thoughts wander into dissimilar channels of activity, upsetting the inner equilibrium and thereby shattering the true vitality of the inner personality. Thus viewed, practice abhyas strengthens renunciation sannyas, which generates detachment vairagya and which in its turn deepens meditation abhyas. Hand in hand, each strengthens the other. Thus, the total progress is steadily maintained. In scriptural textbooks, the arrangement of words is to be carefully noted, for in all cases the words are arranged in a descending order of importance. To every seeker, the question comes at one time or the other whether he should wait for the spirit of detachment arriving in his mind of its own accord, or he should start his practice. The majority wait in vain for the accidental arrival of the moment of vairagya before they start their abhyas. The Gita in this stanza, by putting the word practice, abhyasa, before the word detachment, vairagya, clearly declares that such an expectation is as ridiculous as waiting for the harvest of the crops that we have never sowed. Let us analyze life, question its experiences, argue with ourselves, and note carefully how much we put into life and how much as a return we gain from life. When we become aware of the deficit balance, each time we, out of necessity, shall start inquiring how our life could be more profitably reorganized, so that our coffers of joy and happiness could be replenished to their brim. Soon the study of the Shastras will follow, which will give us a peep into the wonders of a moral life, the wisdom of ethical values, the joys of self-control, the thrills of growth, and the consequent suffocation of the egocentric little life. From the moment we start trying to become aware of our own lives, we are in the rhythm of practice, abhyas. As a result of this, the detachment that comes automatically to us is the true and enduring detachment, vairagya. All else is a sham show of stupid self denial which cramps a human being and distorts and perverts his intelligence into an ugliness riddled with hysterical ravings and bleeding with psychological ulcers. Vairagya, born out of Abhyasa alone, is the charter for free spiritual growth. Of your own accord, never renounce anything. Let your attachment with things drop off of its own accord as a result of your intellectual growth into the higher planes of better understanding and truer estimation of things and beings, happenings and behaviors, occurrences and incidents in life. When through right practice, enduring detachment has come into our inner lives, then the mind comes under our control. How it has no more any world of pluralistic objects to roam into, and the only world which it now knows is the world of equanimity and sameness. Chapter 5, verse 19, chapter 6, verse 32. What then will be the lot of those who have no self control? असंयतात्मना योगो दुष्प्राप इति मे मतिः वश्यात्मना तु यतता शक्यो अवाप्तुमुपायतः. 36. Yoga, I think, is hard to be attained by one of uncontrolled self, but the self-controlled striving can obtain it by proper means. In the previous stanza, extreme emphasis was placed on practice, but what constitutes the spiritual practice, abhyasa, was not indicated. Even indirectly, in that case, a scientific book that leaves missing links, either in its arguments or in its logic, is no textbook at all. In the stanza under review, Krishna is giving a direct clue to what he means by the term practice, abhyasa. He declares that the uncontrolled and therefore the totally dissipated person cannot bring into the field of religion the necessary amount of dynamic vigor and vitality to sustain himself till he reaches the peak of his self rediscovery. It is therefore said, yoga is hard to be attained by one of uncontrolled self. An individual who barters himself away to slave among the sense objects according to the mad dictates of his flesh, or he who dances to the death tunes sung by his sensuous mind, or he who roams about endlessly to fulfill the tyrannical demands of a drunken intellect. Such a one has neither peace of mind nor the strength of sustained aspiration to goad him on towards the temple of truth within himself. As long as the sense organs are not properly controlled, the agitations of the mind cannot be pacified. An agitated mind is no instrument either for listening or for reflection or for meditation, and without these three, the wailing power cannot be rolled up. The agitations, vikshepa, and wailing, avarana, are caused by activity, rajas, and inactivity, tamas. We have already found that Without controlling these two temperaments, the inactivity sattva cannot come to predominate in the seeker. It is natural in a discussion that you have to present your own arguments against a team of opposite arguments so that the discriminative intellect of the listener may see the contrast and judge the acceptability and logic in your viewpoint. Krishna uses here this commonplace technique of every drawing room when he, in the second line, explains as a contrast how he, self controlled, striving hard by right means, can obtain it. Self control achieved through the process of total withdrawal of the sense organs from their respective objects is the beginning of spiritual life, and this is never possible until we learn to turn our minds to the higher truth. Even in ordinary life, when he wants to achieve something solid, a man of the world will have to live to a large extent in self denial. The life of a candidate during election time, that of a student before examinations, or of an actor or a dancer before his first performance are all examples wherein we find that the individuals deny themselves all their idle preoccupations in their anxiety for success in their respective chosen fields. If, for material gains and flimsy ephemeral glories, we have to deny ourselves, how much more should we deny ourselves the joys of the world outside in order to win the glories of the eternal and the permanent, the infinite and the absolute bliss of the self? It is not that the seeker should deny himself all sense objects. This seems to be the general misunderstanding among almost all seekers in India today. In the name of religion or spiritual practice, many seekers, at least for some years, live seemingly in self denial and self punishment, shamelessly insulting themselves and carelessly persecuting their own physical urges and even biological needs. This sort of a devilish and suicidal self-condemning tyranny to oneself always ends in an outburst of satanic forces from within the very seeker. Lest the student of the Gita should also fall a prey to such a misunderstood and misconceived spirituality, Bhagavan indicates here that the self controlled seeker can, striving rightly, obtain it. Not going to a cinema and not visiting the playgrounds are not in themselves assurances that the students will pass their examinations. The time wasted in such merrymaking must be properly utilized in intelligent study, which alone can vouchsafe for them success in their examinations. Here too, if a student appearing for an examination in mathematics were to read geography textbooks all night, he cannot hope for any glorious success. He must strive rightly in order to gain true success. Similarly, when through self control a seeker has conserved in himself energies which would otherwise have got dissipated in the gutters of sensuality, he must know how to direct those energies into the right channels, whereby he can get himself detached from his misconceived self projections and ultimately realize for himself his own selfhood. That such an intelligent seeker can obtain it is the optimistic philosophy of this ever smiling God of the Hindus, Lord Krishna. With these two verses, Krishna exhaustively answers the question raised by Arjun, and what follows clearly indicates that the Pandav prince has been convinced by the Lord's reply. The question yet remains of what would be the lot of one self controlled and striving hard through right means who could not yet fulfill himself and reach the goal. Arjun says, Arjuna Uvacha Ayate Shraddhayopeto Yogaachalitamanasaha Aprapya Yoga Samsiddhim Kamgatim Krishna Gacchati. Arjun said, 37. When a man, though possessed of faith, is unable to control himself and his mind wanders away from yoga, to what end does he, having failed to attain perfection in yoga, go, O Krishna? In this and the following two verses, Vedavyas makes Arjun raise a pertinent question so that Krishna may get yet another chance to bring the supremely optimistic philosophy of Vedanta right in the footlights. None striving on the path divine can ever be destroyed, and whatever he accomplishes will be faithfully carried over as a legacy by the individualized self in its pursuit here and in the hereafter. Each today is an added link in the endless chain of the dead and gone yesterdays. The chain continues growing by adding to itself link after link all the yesterdays. Death is only one of the incidents in a human existence, and the tomorrow has no accidental or arbitrary beginning. It is only a perfect continuation of yesterday, modified by the thoughts and actions of today. Carefully voicing his vague doubt, Arjun asks as to what will happen to one who strives with deep faith, Shraddha, but fails to accomplish complete self control during his lifetime, or due to lack of sufficient self control falls from yoga. The doubt is that such an individual may thereby come to lose both the little joys of the sense objects and absolute bliss in the hereafter. The Vedantins, even while they condemn a mere life of sense joys, do not for a moment deny the fact that there are traces of joy in the sense life also. According to them, daring thinkers that they are, the joys of the sense objects, Vishaya Ananda, are in their essence nothing other than glimpses of the spiritual bliss, Brahmananda. The secret import of the question is that those who faithfully follow Krishna's theory may come to lose both the chances of experiencing the finite and the infinite joy. Such a seeker, striving all his life to live in self control, will be a conscious escapist, avoiding all the finite joy temptations in the gross world here. But if the uncertain factor death were to creep in to clip the thread of his life with the scissors of time, he would lose his chances of gaining the absolute beatitude, which is the goal that Krishna seems to point out in his divine song. Again, suppose that a seeker, due to a lack of self control, falls from yoga. To win in yoga, no doubt, is a great victory, again, par excellence. But if in the race, one were to get knocked down by the stealthy club of sensuousness, one would stand to lose both here and hereafter. Naturally, Arjun wants some guidance from Krishna as to what will happen to such an individual. In this verse also, we must note very carefully that the term Shraddha is not some maddening superstition which encourages a blind faith.
हे दिलं म्युन्सिपाल्टीने आणि खूप वेळ लागला 10:30 वाजता गेलो होता ते तिकडं कोण आतमध्ये जात होते तो बिझी होता चीफ ऑफिसर आत्ता झालं धावत धावत जाऊन हे नंतर करतात नंतर येतो नाही तर मी बँकेत जातो आता येताना घेऊन जातो तो एक स्टाफ आला नाही तो सिद्धार्थ एकटाच आहे हे ठेवतो माझ्याकडे हे रिसिव्ड आहे ज्योती हां जतीन मला वाटतं ज्योती बरं
is not a blind faith. According to Shankar, Shraddha is the right intellectual apprehension of the deeper import and the fuller significance of what the teachers teach and the scriptures declare. The inspired devotion that springs up in a bosom from among its solid intellectual convictions, gained through a true appreciation, is the mighty power called faith that can move mountains and can bring the very heavens on the earth. To throw more color onto the picture of the spiritually desperate seeker, whom Arjun has attempted to paint in the previous stanza, the following is added. कच्चिन्नो भयविभ्रष्टच्छिन्नाभ्रमिव नश्यति अप्रतिष्ठो महाबाहो विमूढो ब्रह्मणः पथि. 38. Fallen from both, does he not, O mighty armed, perish like a rained cloud, supportless and deluded in the path of Brahman? A sincere wayfarer, faithfully treading the path of self-control, to rediscover the self, may get lost, if death were to rob him on his way, or for want of complete self-control, he were to fall from yoga. The striking example with which this idea is brought out by Arjun is one of the most brilliant poetic strokes in the entire Gita. This is often quoted in literary circles whenever an attempt is made to evaluate Vyasa, the poet, in Sanskrit literature. In summer, mushroom shaped floating castles of clouds arise from behind the mountains to peep into the valleys below. At the touch of some strong current of wind, the mass takes to flight, leaving along its trail small bits of fleecy cloudlets. Those little ones, torn away from the parental bulk, get knocked about and are at the mercy of every puff of breeze. Such summer cloudlets, aimlessly kicked about according to the whims and fancies of the winds, can never fulfill the expectations of the farmers or the clamor of the thirsty. Unfulfilling themselves, they get tossed hither and thither without any haven for themselves. Like the rent cloud, Arjun asks, will not the aspiring self in the seeker be forced to roam about and ultimately get lost in the vast amphitheater of the universe? Why does Arjun ask this question? एतन्मे संशयं कृष्ण चेतुमरस्य शेषतः त्वदन्यः संशयस्यास्य चेत्तानुपपद्यते. 39. This doubt of mine, O Krishna, please dispel completely, because it is not possible for anyone but you to dispel this doubt. In this concluding verse of this section, Arjun frankly asks, this doubt of mine, O Krishna, you should completely dispel. The eternal scraper, Lord Krishna, alone has the pure wisdom that can rub out this doubt and quieten the agitations caused by it in the bosom of Arjun. With this question, it becomes amply clear that his previous doubt has been totally dispelled. The earlier doubt was that self-realization is impossible, since the mind, which is ever turbulent, can never be stilled. The reply of the Lord had smoothed out this knotty kink in Arjun's mind. Every true seeker, if he be diligent enough, must come to discover a couple of new doubts when a previously existing doubt has been cleared. The process of slowly eliminating all these doubts is the process of vichar that is practiced both consciously and unconsciously during all satsangas. The glorious life of the hereafter assured to every evolver is classified hereunder on the basis of the intensity of the mental attitude and the spiritual attitude in each of them. In the following 5 stanzas, Bhagavan tries to explain the path of progress of a seeker whose spiritual endeavors have been either clipped by an untimely death or arrested by the intervention of some sensuous temptation. The blessed Lord said, Shri Bhagavan Partha naiveha namutra vinashastasya vidyate nahi kalyanakrit kaschid durgatim tata gacchati. 40. O Partha, neither in this world nor in the next world is there destruction for him, none verily who strives to be good. O my son, ever comes to grief. At the very opening of this section, Krishna assures with all emphasis at his command that Neither here nor in the hereafter is there any destruction for him who performs right action. This statement is not a mere emotional assurance built upon some blind faith or a godly declaration that is to be swallowed by the faithful because of its being sacred words that have come out of the lips of a prophet. The Hindus do not accept any divine prerogative, even for their gods, by which they can bypass the individual intellect and the rules of logic. Religion is a science of life and it must completely explain the why and the wherefore of its practices. True to this incomparable trait in our culture, Krishna supports his statement with the philosophical truth. Never for the doer of good, dear son, a woeful end. One who acts rightly in the present can come to no grief in the future because the future is but a product of the past and the present. The fear of Arjun that the unsuccessful yogi, a seeker, obstructed and held up on the path, will get lost as a rent cloud here and in the hereafter has risen from his failure to appreciate the logical continuity and the perfect sequence that is ever found in life. To consider that death is the end of an existence which started with the accident of birth is a philosophy too rudimentary to be considered complete and exhaustive. In fact, it is only with a stretch of imagination that we can consider such a theory as a philosophy. Daring intellects bravely pushing ahead in the quest to understand and comprehend the laws of life and the meaning and purpose of the universe cannot but accept that the existence of an individual in its present embodiment is but a single pearl in the necklace of infinite beauty adorning the bosom of truth. The present is the product of the past, and thought by thought, action by action, knowledge by knowledge, we are creating for ourselves in the present the blueprint of our future. Therefore, the Hindus believe in previous lives as well as in future births for all embodied souls. This is otherwise called the theory of reincarnation. Based upon this principle, Krishna insists that no seeker is ever lost, although he may slip and fall, or even end his present manifestation. Tomorrow is but today modified, but directly continued. In addressing Arjun as O my son, Krishna here not only followed the traditional practice of the Upanishads, but there is also a deeper significance. However deceitful, cunning, and cruel a brute one might be to everyone else in the world, one cannot ever come to advise a false philosophy to his own son. With fatherly love, the man of wisdom in Krishna is assuring Arjun that one who is striving in the direction of evolution shall never come to suffer any real fall. On the ladder of cultural growth, each step that is placed forward is an ascent towards the absolute perfection. What exactly would be the destiny of a person, of a man, who could not complete his pilgrimage in yoga, what happens to him then? प्राप्य पुण्यकृतां लोकान् उषित्वा शाश्वती समाः शुचीनां श्रीमतां गेहे योगभ्रष्टोऽभिजायते. 41. Having attained to the worlds of the righteous and having dwelt there for everlasting long years, he who had fallen from yoga is born again in the house of the pure and the wealthy. The hereafter is ordered by the actions performed and the motives entertained here. Actions in life can be mainly classified as good and evil, and the pursuers of evil can only slip down the path of evolution. Those who are doing good work alone can start their climb to the higher points on the tower of their spiritual progress. Even there, our textbooks make a careful distinction and classify all good activities under two main headings: actions performed with desires and those that are performed in the spirit of dedicated love and in a sense of divine worship. Since reaction to actions depend entirely upon the motives that propel those actions, the results accruing from selfish and selfless activities must necessarily differ from one another. Naturally, there must be different routes of progress to the same pinnacle of perfection. All of them are being indicated here in this section. Those who are employing themselves in the worship of the Lord with desire for heavenly enjoyments will, after their death, reach those planes of consciousness which are conducive for exhausting all such desires. Having exhausted these desires therein, they will then take their birth again here in the world, in the houses of the pure and the prosperous. In short, all burning desires of every human will be fulfilled at one time or another, if the desires are strong enough and are accompanied by intense activities appropriate for their fulfillment. But what happens to those who are pursuing the good in a spirit of selfless dedication? अथवा योगिनामेव कुले भवति धीमताम् एतद्धि दुर्लभतरं लोके जन्म यदीदृशम्. 42. Or he is even born in the family of the wise yogis. Verily, a birth like this is very difficult to obtain in this world. The other type, which makes a direct and immediate manifestation, in which the continuity of the past is clearly noticeable, is the theme of this stanza. Those who are pursuing selfless upasanas thereby gain more and more inner integration, and as a result of it, they become dynamic minds capable of the highest meditation. The more integrated a personality, the more spiritually becomes, and therefore he must be given a chance to fulfill himself not in heaven, which is a plane for enjoyment, but he must arrive right here to strive more diligently and achieve the highest. Such an ego center, jiva, as soon as it leaves one embodiment, immediately comes to manifest itself in a conducive atmosphere where it can continue its pilgrimage without any obstruction. It, being an aspiring heart, it should necessarily come to be born only in a family of wise men of meditation. This theory gives a lot of insight into the present day fallacy with which such an exaggerated importance to one's unhealthy environments and makes everyone protest against one's surroundings. No doubt, in some ways, man is a creature of his environments, but the same statement, when reviewed through the glasses of philosophy, gives also an insight into the fact that the individuals, in their own freedom, had themselves ordered in the past their own present environments. By merely changing his environments, the individual concerned cannot progress. A habitual drunkard may still continue drinking on the sly, even if he were to be brought into a dry city, to live among teetotalers. Teetotalers. Examples like Shankaracharya, Christ, Buddha, and other great masters can be considered as supporting this philosophical theory. Such men of brilliant genius, who from their very early youth exhibit superhuman knowledge and godly wisdom, are no doubt rare. Krishna himself accepts here that such persons are very rare to obtain in this world. If the previous stanza explains the rebirth of an ego, jiva, after an interval of existence in the heavens, this stanza explains the lives of the few who, after departing from one embodiment, immediately arrive in this world to continue their pilgrimage to perfection. After reaching such conducive and helpful environments, will the fallen yogi of the last life continue his spiritual life? Listen. तत्र तं बुद्धिसंयोगं लभते पौर्वदेहिकं यतते च ततो भूयः संसिद्धौ कुरुनन्दन. 43. There he comes to be united with the knowledge acquired in his former body and strives more than before for perfection, O son of the Kurus. It may be feared that an individual who is thus born again will have to start his studies and practices all over again. To remove any such doubt, Krishna explains here that such an individual in his new life under the conducive circumstances gets naturally united with the intelligence acquired in his former body. Such a born yogi completes his education much more easily than others, since to him it is not an education that is needed but only a revision or a recapitulation. In a very short time, he discovers that all knowledge is bubbling up from within himself, and to him, study is but a rediscovery of a digested knowledge which was already lying dormant in him. Not only does he discover in himself the knowledge that he had acquired in the past, but he easily finds in himself the required enthusiasm and energy for a consistent self-application and vigorous pursuit. Knowledge without practice is a dull, dreary load upon the shoulders of a seeker. Krishna asserts here that one fallen from yoga in the past, when he is reborn in the right atmosphere, not only regains all knowledge easily, but he comes to strive more than before for perfection, O son of the Kurus. How can one get united with the intelligence acquired in his former embodiment? Listen. पूर्वाभ्यासेन तेनैव ह्रियते ह्यवशोऽपि सः जिज्ञासुरपि योगस्य शब्दब्रह्माति वर्तते. 44. By that very former practice he is born in spite of himself. Even he who merely wishes to know yoga goes beyond the Shabda Brahma. At any given moment, our bank balance is the balance to our credit shown in our statement of account. No banker can give us more, nor can he cheat us with a smaller amount. Almost in the same fashion, in the cultural growth of a given mind and intellect, no God can either take away any or give some more, but can only hand over to each one of us his own exact balance. Each birth has a logical continuity with its own past, as strictly as we experience in day to day life. Today is but an extension of yesterday. With the full understanding of this law of life in our mind, if we are to reread the stanza, its suggestions become quite clear automatically without any strain. An individual who has been in yoga in his past life will be, by that very former practice, born on in spite of himself. This is true even in our life here. An educated man will, in spite of himself, be carried away in his behavior and conversation to exhibit his cultivated mental and disciplined physical habits. No cultured man can successfully imitate an idiot for a long time. So too, no rascal can act the part of a noble born for any length of time. Both will sooner or later be compelled, in spite of themselves, to exhibit unconsciously their true nature through their words, ideas, and actions. Similarly, a man who had in the past lived the life of self control, study, and practice gathers unto himself those cultural traits. He, in this life, in spite of himself and in spite of all his adverse circumstances, environments, and conditions of life, cannot but instinctively come to exhibit in his attitude to life and in his behavior towards the things and beings in the world a tranquility and a balance which are a surprise even to himself. This is not a mere theory. The truth of the statement is amply evident everywhere in the society, in all strata of its life, in all its professions, and in all departments of its activities. Each one of us has an instinctive bent of mind, and we are irresistibly drawn towards it in spite of ourselves. This pull is most powerful when arising from our essential evolutionary tendencies. Even a bandit chieftain can overnight turn himself to be a determined seeker and ere long become a great poet of the land, as Valmiki did in the past. Hundreds of such examples could be noted from our recent history and even amidst us today. In all those cases, the only satisfactory explanation will be that the individual mind and intellect was expressing through its given physical structure its own characteristic tendencies which it had acquired by itself in its past incarnations through its own willful actions and deliberate motives. When an individual who was a fallen yogi in the past is reborn, in spite of himself, he is drawn towards a life of meditation and quietude, of seeking and striving, of self control and discipline. Let him be put on the throne of a kingdom, or in the bustle of a marketplace, or in the ignominy of the gutters. He cannot but express his nobility of heart and the philosophical bent of his mind. All the wealth in the world brought under his command, unquestioned, might and power gained, love and respect given, yet he cannot be dissuaded from his path divine. If the whole world stands surprised at his peculiar tendencies, he himself is one of those who is gazing on with the wildest surprise, with the utmost amazement. By that previous practice alone, he borne on in spite of himself. After observing this philosophical truth, Lord Krishna is naturally tempted to express the glory of meditation yoga. He says, one who has even the wish to know control yoga, he passes beyond the Vedic ritual. According to Shankar, the term Shabda Brahma used here denotes the verse in the Veda, wherein the term Veda indicates only the ritualistic portion. Therefore, the Acharya, commenting upon this portion, says that such an individual goes beyond all the charms for the promised fruits of the Vedic rituals. This may rightly be considered as too labored a commentary, although its implications are only too true. One who has aligned his mind to the practice of self control, study, and meditation in the past could not have any more fascination for the material wealth or the sensuous life, however celestial they might be. Even if this interpretation fits in with the context, we must admit that it has been laboriously stretched by the teacher of the Advaita philosophy. How is the path of meditation nobler than all others? Listen. प्रयत्नाद्यतमानस्तो योगी संशुद्धकिल्बिषः अनेकजन्मसंसिद्धस्ततो याति परां गतिम्. 45. But the yogi who strives with assiduity, purified from sins and perfected gradually through many births, he then attains the highest goal. As already noticed, the mind-intellect equipment of an individual functions through his body in the world outside as per the traits chalked out upon it by the actions performed in its earlier lives. These channels of thinking cut across the fields of the mind and determine the direction of its thoughts and the texture of its actions in the present. These lacerations on the subtle body are called in Vedanta as sins or as the dirt of the within. These impurities are removed and the existing ulcers healed through selfless action. But even while rejecting the wrong negative tendencies of the mind, the individual will have to plow the fields of his mind with new patterns representing the constructive divine tendencies. These meritorious vasanas, punya, can also provide a severe obstruction for a man of meditation. After having purified his mind of its unethical and sensuous tendencies, the aspirant should practice meditation. During the still moments of peace in the depth of his depths, when he exposes his mind to the thrilled atmosphere of its vibrant silence, the noble traits also get completely wiped off. A state of mind which is thus rendered completely impressionless, vasanaless, is the end of the mind, since mind is nothing but a bundle of vasanas. Where the mind has ended, there the ego has also ended, having then reached the highest goal or gained self rediscovery. The explanation of this theory would not perhaps occupy more than half a page, but in actually carving it out into our individual life, it may be a program for very many lives, consistent practice. Through many births is a phrase used in the Upanishads by the honest scientists of life, the Rishis. They are perfectly right. Evolution, as we all know, is not a drama played out during an afternoon, but it is a slow revelation of the history of progress through endless eons. To one who has the proper temperament to seek life, the anxiety to realize the perfection, the capacity to understand the hollowness of sense life, the daring to follow the narrow footprints of the seers of the world, the appetite for infinite peace and tranquility, the courage to live the moral and the ethical values, the heroism to barter one's all to achieve the highest. Such a one is not a mineral man, nor a vegetable specimen, nor an animal man. He is the noblest creation under the sun, a perfect man, standing right in front of the doors of the truth, demanding as a God man his admission into the sanctum sanctorium, sanctum sanctorum. Right now, this very life is our last birth. If we have a taste to meditate, an urge to seek, a daring to live the life divine, there is nothing which may sound original in this interpretation to all diligent students of the Gita, a sacred textbook that has been roaring time and again in an irrepressible spirit of optimism, the message of hope and cheer, with no threats of hell and brimstone anywhere in it, cannot be considered to have changed its music all of a sudden to declare that man has hopes of salvation only after many births and not here and now. Even though this misinterpretation may perhaps be helpful to the saboteurs of our religion, no intelligent student of the Gita can, even for a moment, be hoodwinked by such false notes. Therefore, तपस्विभ्योऽधिको योगे ज्ञानिभ्योऽपि मतोऽधिकः कर्मिभ्यश्चाधिको योगी तस्माद् योगी भवार्जुन. 46. The yogi is thought to be superior than the ascetics and even superior to men of knowledge, mere scholars, He is also superior to men of action. Therefore, you strive to be a yogi, O Arjun, in order to bring out the importance of meditation among the various practices in the science of spiritual development. Lord Krishna is providing here a tabulated list of the various types of seekers, indicating the greatest of the whole lot. Compared with those who practice thoughtless and deliberate physical self denial, tapasvins, the meditator is certainly nobler than those who vigorously read the scriptures and try to learn and remember their declarations. Jnanis is the yogi meditator. There are others who strive towards the same bright peak of perfection, treading along the path of selfless work, karmis, undertaken in the world outside in a spirit of yajna. 4:24 to 30. And those who perform worship upasana in a spirit of divine dedication. These ritualists, both in the secular and in the sacred field of activities, believe that they can reach the infinite bliss through these very activities. Krishna concludes here that a silent and quiet meditator who struggles hard to withdraw himself from his own false identifications with his body, mind, and intellect through constant and consistent contemplation upon the nature of the self is ever the best. Thus, comparing a meditator with a man of utter self denial, deep student of the scriptures, and ritualists, Krishna concludes his observations that a meditator alone is the best among the whole lot, standing nearest to truth, and therefore you be a yogi meditator, O Arjun. There are different types of meditators, each meditating upon a different point of contemplation. Who among them is then the best and the greatest meditator? Listen. योगिनामपि सर्वेषां मद्गतेनान्तरात्मना श्रद्धावान् भजते यो मां समे युक्ततमो मतः. 47. And among all yogis, he who full of faith with his inner self merged in me, worships me, is according to me the most devout. Whereas the previous stanza gives us a relative estimate of the different paths of spirituality and finally declares that meditation is the best among the lot. The stanza now under review explains who exactly is the best among all the meditators. Meditation is, in the beginning at least, a deliberate act by which the seeker strives to keep his thoughts channelized into one predetermined divine line of thinking, and this is maintained by disallowing the mind to run into dissimilar thought channels. Meditation, therefore, must of necessity start with an effort on the part of the meditator, to fix his mind upon some object of contemplation. The art of meditation can be classified under different types according to the nature of the object of contemplation chosen and according to the nature of the persuasions adopted in curtailing the mind from its mad roamings. Thus, we have in the tradition of our practices meditations prescribed upon a symbol, on the God principle with a form, on the teacher, on the Kundalini, or any of the great elements, or on a chosen scriptural text. Accordingly, the practitioners may be considered as followers of different kinds of meditation. The singer of the Gita is trying to indicate here who exactly is to be considered as the best and the most successful meditator among the types mentioned above. In this concluding stanza of the chapter, the Lord insists that of all the meditators, he who, with his inner self, mind, and intellect merged in the self, and with Shraddha devotes himself to the self, is the most firm and steadfast meditator. The pregnant suggestions contained in this stanza can fill volumes inasmuch as it is a summary of the entire Yoga Shastra. Naturally, therefore, Lord Krishna dedicates the entire length of the next chapter as an annotation to this mantra like stanza. For the purpose of our understanding this chapter, it is sufficient for the time being if we gather from this stanza that the essence of meditation is not so much in our attempt at integrating the mind as in the ultimate merging of the inner equipment, antakaran, and getting it completely sublimated in the final experience of the self. That this can be done only by one who does proper bhajana upon the self with all shraddha is the true declaration made here with a loving insistence by the eternal lover of the gopis. The term bhajana has come to gather to itself such a lot of adventitious superstitions that, as it is understood today, it means elaborate rituals which almost always mean nothing to the priest nor to the devotees who are mere onlookers of the priestly performances. Sometimes it means a lot of loud singing with noisy accompaniments and an entire crowd roaring away on their march towards an emotional ecstasy, each session often ending in hysteria and exhaustion. Very rarely do they gain even a vague experience of the spiritual thrill. In the Vedantic textbooks, bhajana is the attempt of the ego to pour itself out in an act of devoted dedication towards the principle of reality, whereby the devoted personality successfully invokes the experience that lies beyond the noisy shores of the mind body equipment. One who does this invocation, bhajan, of the self and naturally gets himself merged in that awakening is declared here by the teacher of the Gita as belonging to the highest type of meditators. It is quite evident to every student of Vedanta that such a meditator comes to transcend all his identifications with the false matter envelopments and becomes, through the experience of his real nature, the very self. Yet, the mouthpiece of Renaissance Hinduism, Lord Krishna, in his modesty and reverence for the tradition in our culture, attributes this statement in the stanza as his own personal opinion. Thus, in the Upanishads of the glorious Bhagavad Gita, in the science of the eternal, in the scripture of yoga, in the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna, the sixth discourse ends entitled The Yoga of Meditation. Nowhere else in the entire extent of the voluminous spiritual literature that we have in the Upanishads, the Brahma Sutra and the Gita Prasthantraya can we find such a wealth of details explaining not only the technique of meditation but also the possible pitfalls and how to avoid them successfully, as we have them to so clearly and vividly explained here. No scripture fails to hint at the path of meditation as the way to reach the highest possibilities in life, and yet nowhere have we, among our reported and compiled heritage of sacred books, such a vivid discussion of the entire path. To a true seeker, indeed, a thorough study of the sixth chapter is ample direction and guidance to reach the highest through meditation. It is therefore but proper that this chapter is titled The Yoga of Meditation. Om, 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 Om. ओम तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे आत्मसंयमयोगो नाम षष्ठोऽध्यायः। हरि ओम श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। हरि ओम श्री चिन्मय सद्गुरवे नमः। श्री सद्गुरुनाथ महाराज की जय।